YouTube, sorry for the big delay in actually starting, despite my time saying it's going to be starting over an hour and a half ago. Been some whole discussion about what we're doing over here on the Twitch side, because basically Gene is still alive, our other 16-time pop run, but I'm running into a problem where it's taking me about 1/4 of my time just crafting weapons right now on that character, and just to be blunt, I'm burning out on it. Spending 1/4 of my time watching little bars fill up above my character's head while I fast forward is really detracting from my experience. So we are doing a different run now. We're going to be starting a new run, and I'll be revisiting Gene whenever we get some, like 42.4, 42.5, whatever, that maybe they get a rebalance on the weapon durability or crafting, whatever. And thank you, Lanarama, for the 3-stream streak. Catch the last 3 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. For those who don't know, Lanarama, another fantastic member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, plays a lot of RimWorld among other games. Been playing stuff like Oxygen Not Included and all that good stuff. Let me get that shout out real fast for you. But been doing a bunch of stuff like Oxygen Not Included. Oh, you did play Mind Over Magic. I thought I had a key for that, and then I didn't. I'm like, okay, because I saw FG play, and I'm like, that looks pretty good. And for the record, I have had a number of people in my community back when they had like the demo of that being like, you need to try this game, and it never happened. And then I'm seeing it and going, oh, that looks good. But yeah, so again, check out Alanorama. Fantastic content over there. Lots of RimWorld, lots of other stuff. Good times. But sorry YouTube for like this whole long intro here. But, so we're basically going into the default apocalypse setting and making just a couple changes. So we have the default day. We have disabled respawn. Otherwise, the zombies are keeping the random pinpoint at different movement speeds and all that stuff, which I'm not a huge fan. But I do the internal testing and all that, and I try and give feedback to the devs and all that. So I am trying to put myself back more in line with the default settings now that's been a couple of updates to be like, okay, let me try and give feedback based on the default start. The loot is exactly the normal. The world settings, I went ahead and just turned off the electricity and the water immediately, just because. Let me go ahead and set that just in case. Just because. All the rest is the same. Not going to worry about that. I did have, was it nature? I did have my chat over here was saying for content viewing reasons. That they wanted the darkness during the night to be turned up because it's hard to see. I normally leave it on default. The basements and indoors will be just as dark as ever, but when we're out and about, we will be able to see a bit better. It is more of an accessibility thing. It's not me trying to play the game easy. It always has been a thing. I used to run a filter on the channel where I could push a button and make the whole screen like 15-20% brighter, but more washed out. And it's just a thing. Can we get basements cranked up too? Always? I don't think you can change the basements. Oh, you mean the number of basements? No, I'm gonna leave it on its default. That'd probably just get obnoxious. But yeah, so otherwise, mostly the same settings. We've got the helicopter where it'll keep coming back roughly. It can come back as frequently as every 10 days. In practice, it'll be like 12 to 14 days. I have the minimap and the all-known starting locations available at the beginning, because that way when people ask me questions being like, hey, where can I find this? Then I can go show them. I've already kind of gotten familiarized. Like, I don't know the individual buildings in the new towns, but I know the ways to those towns and a bunch of the areas in between. So it's just like little random log cabins and all that. Character, I believe we're on all of our just default settings. Yes, we are. Vehicles, default settings, livestock, default settings. So we're doing what's effectively regular old Apocalypse, with just like 1 or 2 other minor tweaks. I am going to be doing my start that I call Rough Start. Let's get rid of Speed Demon. Which is basically, you'll notice we have 0, like under our major skills, it's just empty. So let's see here. So I got rid of Speed Demon. I'm gonna get rid of Nutritionist probably. We'll get rid of Outdoorsy so we're more prone to have some colds. Gotta give ourselves some more stuff. Fast learning, keen hearing, organized, eagle eye. Those I all prefer. I mean, I would get rid of that, but it feels like that defeats the point of the other stuff. And so the rule I usually have is I may not take anything that gives me points. Like Wilderness Knowledge is off, Hunter's off. You get the idea. So I got 7 points to work with. But anything that gives me a points is a straight up no. Alright. What I'm looking for is, let's do Adrenaline Junkie, because that'll burn up some points. I'll do that. So we switched it. We got Speed Demon, but I made it so we can read faster and all that. Let's see, is there any way to turn up weapon durability? I believe there is, but I'm not gonna mess with that much. There was something about Speed Demon that I remember was really bad. I always forget what it is, because historically I wouldn't take it. I don't want to take those because those aren't really important and not easy. I'm deliberately trying to get rid of Outdoorsy just because that works so well. And so go there. In this character, we don't get to identify their name or anything. They don't have a name yet. It does increase the speed engine sound. It was the fuel use. You heard you start with the speed ticket in your inventory, Speed Demon? Sometimes you do, yes. You can start with the ticket in your inventory if you have Speed Demon. But to go through what the goal of this run is compared to what we were doing, the goal of this run is a full map clear, which is why we dropped down to Apocalypse setting, because on the higher settings, it's 2.5 million zombies, and the world record right now is about 954,000. So you get the idea. And that record took like a year and a half of playing the game almost full time to set. So very not realistic that we beat that record. Oh, I forgot they keep giving us the gun to start. I'm eager for that to go away. Alright, so the thing to keep in mind when we're gonna go grab all these things is I am starting with, sorry, I'm just being distracted dealing with inventory. I'm gonna lose the shirt, too. Just the pants. Because they have, like, no strength whatsoever. So anything that I don't... Oh, we're gonna get a pizza right away? Okay. Okay. Oh, right. We turned... Okay, never mind. We turned the power off when we start. I was about to say, it's like, heck yeah, we can start. You know what? Cold pizza's pretty good, too. And we're gonna start our life with a head mirror. Okay, I'm down. That'll at least give us the time for now. Yeah, sadly the trumpet doesn't actually play music. You can hit zombies with musical instruments, but they're terrible typically. Alright, so I've got a pizza. You got some stuff we can drink and all that. One thing I need to do is change you to not be that way. It's got some rotten beef. Well, that's convenient. So you're 1 liter. So actually, yeah. So grab you. You're 2 liters. Yeah, the problem with guitars is the swing speed is so slow. What was the population on Apocalypse? 0.65 is starting pop. Oh, our peak pop. Okay. So the population is going to go up as we play until day 28. I know we aggro those zombies. I genuinely don't care with how slow they are in Apocalypse. Okay. Alright, so take the broken thing here. We are going to run into lots of problems where we're constantly running out of weapons, and that we're going to be constantly fatigued, because we're very early game. And that'll just be a thing that happens. We also left the settings on default, so we will run into problems where we effectively have some zombies who are pinpoint hearing. And some zombies will be really high toughness. Okay. Alright, I have to do it from the other side. Finding good gear? Oh, I'm not worried about finding good gear. Unfavorite that, drop that on the body. Okay, so got that on the body. You didn't have a weapon for me, unfortunately. Stop giving me keys that I probably actually want to find my way around here. Okay. And that was the keys to this car, which has no gas. So just chuck that in the glove box. We'll worry about that later. I'm gonna move on to the next trailer. Did you see me or just... Okay, here's repositioning. I just want to get away from the bathroom in case there's another one in there. Okay, we've got our pencil. I can mark our map to mark where we haven't looted. There's a paper clip for if we get to the point of being able to make a fishing pole, because that'll be important for this run. Because if we're traveling a lot, I'm not going to be able to do the cows and butters without it being a huge hassle. Whereas if we have the fishing pole, I could literally just go to anywhere there's water, throw down a line, and we're good. Alright, so let's take just a second here and mark our buildings. So let's turn you to this way, put the symbols on the map. And we have looted and looted. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Let's see. I mean, you have gas station or repair shop. They both hardly have any containers. Yeah. I was hoping I could get that zombie before it smashed the window. It's fine. Yep, that's just your house keys. Those aren't going to do me any good here. Door was left unlocked. Okay. We do have those newspapers and all that. So go ahead and get a sip of the water there. Oh, right, I can put that in my keyring. Oh, freshly cooked pizza. This place is amazing. All right, and there's a hose for doing stuff there. We're gonna leave the beer there. It'll make us sleepy. I'm gonna actually leave... Yeah, I'll leave the sauce pot here. I can hold water in that for boiling and all that, but right now, that's not gonna be important for us for a while. I'm just gonna slam that pizza now because it's just gonna not be fresh. So at least we're gonna have that momentary happiness in our life of slamming a pizza. Oh, symbols. Yeah, so right now I'm gonna go back and forth and just systematically clear out the trailer park. Yeah, and this is one reason I don't like the slow zombies. As fast zombies, they would not have the time to deal with this zombie before the... Well, me going over that, I might have. But normally I would not have the time to deal with these zombies. But, because they're so slow, they're just not a problem. Well, that's fine. Do you have a welding mask? Got the hot sauce. Oh, you're slow. That's fine. I'll deal with you in a second. You're at least a bag I can use. You can have your rotten apple back and that. Alright, I'm already overburned with that. I need you to fall down so that I can quickly shuffle my stuff around a little bit. Okay. It would have been better for me to drag her over him. But I don't think I'd be able to do that reliably. Just the way we're positioned, I don't want to fight with it. Okay, so we got you out of here, you got you out of here. Put that in our bag. We'll pop in here and rest for a minute. And shuffle our loot around. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want the welding mask or the other one. The welding mask gives us a bunch of insulation and all that. We can do welding with it later, so I'll hold on to it for now. Most likely I'm going to chuck it in the garbage. But that is what it is. And I'm hoping they fixed the weight. Oh, sheet bag? Man, I always forget that the sheet bag is a thing. Because for as long as I played the game, I just haven't needed a, This hasn't been a thing I had to worry about. Because at least with that, I can wear it. Keep my hand free. There we go. Start a game, craft sheet bag. Find crashed ambulance with duffel bag. 10 seconds later. Yep. Well, I mean, that was usually the thing you could do anyways, is... Honestly, in Product Zomboid, usually you could find, like, a school bag pretty early. Finding something nicer was a lot more hit and miss, depending on your luck and whatnot. But at least getting, like, a school bag or a duffel bag wasn't that bad. Could take a risk and just jump in. Because really, I should check more. Come around this way, look through, that kind of thing, but... can opener will be good. Tortillas. Drop the banana in there. We got fresh pineapple. Fresh salami. You burnt your beef patty. How dare. The rest of the stuff we don't care about. And move on to the next house. I imagine at some point we'll have a base of operations just to circle back to. Probably not for a while. Alright, sugar cubes and honey. And I can worry about the salt. Now, let's grab one Band-Aid, just for when I inevitably walk through a bush or something gets scratched up. Okay, oh, you know what? Nope. Give me your battery. We're gonna drop off the welding mask since it's kind of heavy. Metal screwdriver. So let's just drop the welding mask in here. So we can go down here and say, nope, nope, nope. Welding mask. Metal punch. Because eventually I'll have, like, some place we can drop stuff off. Hey, Allison! How was the stream? How goes your own apocalypse clearing the map effort? For those who don't know, Allison Adventures is absolutely a fantastic content creator. Get you a shout out here in just a moment if one of my mods doesn't beat me to it. Just after I poke this zombie. Let's use the plunger first. Alright, so drop off the crappy can opener. But for those that don't know, Alice in Adventure's absolutely a fantastic content creator on the platform. Also plays a lot of Product Zomboid, among other games. So good times to be had over there. So definitely drop follow, check them out, all that good stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. Change bot. Never thought I'd see you do below 16. So I had a whole conversation about it before stream. Basically the issue I've got going on is for how little time the weapons you can craft last versus how long it takes to craft them. I'm very quickly finding I'm not having fun because I'm spending literally a fourth of the time playing the game just watching bars fill up above my character's head and fast forwarding. And I'm not even talking like exaggeration, it's like literally a fourth of the time. Oh, we're absolutely dyeing our hair, whatever that color is. Oh, I couldn't dye my beard because I don't have one yet. But yeah, so just kind of one of those things that I'm like, you know what? I'm not having fun because I'm just tired of crafting. Like that volume of crafting. So it's like, you know what? Let's tone it down. So I'm a little worried about getting bored of the lower population very quickly, but we'll see. I just know right now the amount of crafting I'm having to do feels more like it's getting in the way of me playing the game as opposed to, you know, actually doing the playing the game part. Like, I like the new crafting. I think it's good. It just feels like they need to make the durability a bit hard. Looking forward to going back to 16 times pop something. Let's see, spontaneously setting the save up as a multiplayer one to employ like a check mirror to craft nonstop. Oh yeah, just have like your crafting minion, as it were. Cause yeah, that's Any hints for finding clay? You can forage fields, roads, or vegetation areas. If not that, you're just gonna bring me a hiking bag immediately, buddy? I'm not gonna complain about that. Or they have like new nodes you can mine for it. I have not done much with that, because that's another problem with like the 16 times pop issue is just kind of, I don't get to really get much done. Let's drop that on the ground so I don't lose track of it. Drop that on the ground so I don't lose track of it. And I will take your tank top. But yeah, so instead we're looking at something where I'm going to get like what's probably going to be relatively fast progression on the map. But just kind of going for like the full clear. We'll see how far it actually goes. Drop all those off because I don't need a mounted deer head for any of this. Alright. It'll eat the banana. Anything else I want to get rid of? Oh, I should have eaten the stale hot dog buns. Hey, you're hustling a little bit. It must have been a house event where it had, like, effectively survivor zombies in the house. Because both of these look like survivor zombies in the sense that they've got a backpack and they've got a weapon. all have holes in them. Okay. You found a house with a Jason event, had hockey mask and a mache and like 5 or 6. Yeah, no, I've seen the Jason event before. Jason event's good. I enjoy the Jason event. Alright. I don't want the claw hammer. Get herself a pair of gloves. Get herself a yin-yang necklace. That's certainly a look. Short sight basically has no downsides but the masks. Yeah. I mean, there's always been traits that... Like, Product Zomboid has historically almost always had really easy to mitigate traits. There's very few traits in the game that you're like, this is actually pretty bad. Keep actually just taking that off. I'm just gonna chuck that in here. Just don't have the carry weight for all these things. What else can we probably chuck to not worry about? You know what? We got so much food right now. You know, the stale thing. There, we have the peas. We've got pineapple. I've got pizzas. Like, I'm grabbing all the food to save myself time because I expect it to be a problem later. And then just, it's not a thing I gotta worry about. But because of our carry weight being so ridiculously low... There we go. That'll work. Because we started with 0 strength and all that. But yeah, so we are playing in what's effectively the apocalypse settings. We just got rid of respawns, turned the helicopter up to multiple, turned off the water and power and all that. So we added a little bit of stuff to spice it up, but it's still going to be way easier than anything I normally do. And like I said, it's just, I'm in a position right now, I'm finding that when playing in the high pop settings, I'm spending so much time crafting stuff. Like, I enjoy the crafting, but it's like literally 2 days of fast forwarding, you know, between days fighting and all that. And it's like, okay, hang on. That's actually not very fun. So, I'm mixing it up to try something different. It wouldn't be so bad if the weapons lasted longer. That's the comment I've been giving, is that they want the crafting to be that involved. I'm actually on board with it. That's fine. But I should be able to, like, you know, spend half a day making an axe, and then that axe is good for at least, you know, a couple of days. Or like a day or two on my other settings. Otherwise, the axe needs to be way less time. Alright. Grab the pocket knife. That's a weapon. Let me keep the fingerless gloves, even though they're definitely worse stats. There's a whetstone and a kitchen knife. I need to stop loot goblining. We don't have that. Like, we're early game. It hasn't deleted half the loot from my world yet. And we are finding so much pizza, chat. We are finding so much pizza. I think in the entire time I played Product Zomboid, I have not found as much pizza as we were finding on this one character. I'm going to just leave the plunger there. Cooking 2. I'm not going to worry about that. Let's go ahead and do this. So, boom. Cooking 2. Since I can't read big words on screen, is Gene dead? Yeah, I'm honestly looking forward to not grinding a bunch of stats just for basic weapons constantly. Well, I'm sure we'll have to do some of that as we get to places that aren't nearby where I can get weapons and all that easy. I also can't make out half the icons in half these bags. All right. Okay, let's do a quick little peek over here. Make sure there's not a zombie approaching that window. Looks like we're good. There's been so many dead mice in this place. Eating that ice cream right now. I don't care that we're overweight. This is the only ice cream we'll probably get to eat in our entire lives. How's this run gonna be avoiding grinding weapons? Because on default apocalypse settings, there's going to be so many weapons compared to zombies, I won't need to grind weapons. Like, my inventory is completely overburdened. Yeah, we turned off the power and water day one. Just immediately shut it down. Like I said, I did a couple of things to try and add a little bit of spice to it. But it is still lower population, so they're not going to have that dramatic of an impact. Okay. Eat the cooked fresh salmon. Like, we're genuinely just greedily eating food that's gonna all expire. Too full to eat? Don't worry, I'll eat you in the morning, pasta. All right. So let's rest. And then we'll go to sleep. And that'll be our first day done, and we'll get to see our progress on our first day. That'll also be fun having the journal right from the day one. I've got not the journal where you can like restore your skills when you die. I don't have that mod. I've got the journal that says, like, here's how much XP you gained, here's how much this you gained. Ooh, that text is kind of in the way from where we probably want it, isn't it? So while we rest... Bottom left, that's what I'm thinking. Yep, so first day, 26 zombies killed. Not a lot of XP here, but we also didn't have a lot of zombies to find. Alright, so let's go ahead and slam that pasta. You can have that back. And we'll drink the water. Alright. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? Oh, right, I guess I don't need to go back as early as I have been, since we did turn up the brightness. I basically put up through a poll if chat wanted it to be brighter, because I had a couple people suggest that since we're starting a new run, they didn't want the night to be as dark because it's hard to see, which is fair. But we put up to a poll, and it was probably like 80-ish% who voted yes. But the plan is to full clear the map. I'm going to start with Echo Creek, probably go to Ekron, then I'm thinking Irvington next. Here you go. Is Venus fine? Yep, Venus has retired. She is enjoying her best life in Louisville's checkpoint with over 180,000 zombie kills to her name. Okay. Meanwhile, I can go boom, boom, boom.
What's the worst that could happen?
I don't remember if we've actually done that trailer yet. All right. Yeah, so we're dealing with muscle strain because of our weapon selection in early game. That's going to be an on-off problem a lot. Oh, hey, you know what? All right. I keep forgetting that we turned power off the start. It's like, new run. It's like, you know what? I'm literally resting next to a television at around 1 of the 6 hours. I'm down for free skill points. I'll never go out of my way to catch the shows, but if I'm literally sitting there... Right, I did tell it to be power and water off immediately. So we're just, you know, sitting in this trailer, contemplating existence. Just till our muscle strain drops off. It's a sucky existence. Yeah. Yeah. There's no real silver linings to the zombie apocalypse. Yeah, it's not a particularly spicy run. We're doing like a map clear run, but that means lower populations. I'm gonna let you on a secret here on why that window's not open for you. You're lifting up on a window that, you know, slides left to right. Which it would have revealed over there, but that's okay. No more annoying neighbors. Photo albums, all that. I'll eat the grapes now. Being able to get into all these buildings so fast feels so incredibly weird. Also, there we go. Unrefrigerated for a couple of days, milk. While running around in the heat outside. Perfect. I feel like the pink shirt is gonna be more. Oh, howl at the moon. I didn't see that part. Okay, shirt settled. Shirt is settled. Character has two wolves in them and they're both howling at the moon. None of them know why or what's going on, but you know, neighbors are yelling at them to please shut up. Yup. Don't care about the stuff in that garbage bag. So jeans in a bottle. A cocktail umbrella. Oh wait, what am I thinking? It's a cocktail umbrella. It's not. Putting in a drink. My parents like, cocktail umbrella? That sounds really fancy. Right. It's... Is that chocolate? Did you throw fresh chocolate away? A galactic dairy bar. Alright, maybe that did deserve to be put in the trash, but you know, it's fine. Oh, that's supposed to be a Milky Way. Milky Way's good. You know, I like Milky Ways. For actual candy bars, they're my favorite. Dried trash ramen. First friendship bracelet, always gotta wear it. Well, that's a little annoying. We did put it like on the pinpoint and all that the zombies have random. Where normally I don't do that because I find the random speeds and toughness and hearing and eyesight all annoying. We are just dealing. I'm gonna need you to fall down now. I got 2 crawlers I gotta deal with. I would really like you to fall down now, please. I'm asking nicely. You don't even need to stay down. There we go. Thank you. Alright, let's back off and rest. Yeah, I know a lot of people like Snickers. Snickers is just not my favorite. Not big on, like, I like peanuts and all that. I'm just not big on, like, peanuts and that kind of, like, peanut butter kind of stuff in my candy bars. I like Reese's, which is peanut butter. But much rather have, like, caramel. Oh, I just saw a zombie go trucking on by. It's gonna be a hot minute till we're not in pain, though. Those zero strength, zero weapon skill combat real hurting us. Yeah, no, that's one of the things. So, a couple things that a lot of people don't realize. Zombies inside of buildings are not affected by your population settings. So, if on 16 times pop, I go to the prison, and on Apocalypse I go to the prison, we have the same number of zombies inside the prison, give or take a couple, because it has got some random generation to it. Now, the zombies outside the prison are going to be an absolute nightmare on 16 times pop around the prison compared to Apocalypse. Yeah, so I think a zombie heard me and just kept on walking out into the forest. But yeah, so exactly. So like the gun's unlimited. I have no idea how it compares so far as numbers compared to a lot of other locations. But that is one of those ones that I could imagine with what's in there, that could be a place that's got some pretty nasty numbers. Okay, you got yourself a key ring. Alright, I don't think I finished checking the dumpster, did I? Alright, yeah, so we're good. Sounds like there's at least 2 or 3 zombies in there. I don't need half these things I'm taking. How to use your generators. Don't worry, chat. Ethical loot right here. Trailers and houses will surprise you sometimes. Nope, I'm gonna drink the chalky milk. We are not helping our cause for losing weight. Alright, let's look at some of our stuff in here. Right now, we're gonna drop off the canned goods. Those are heavy. The mac and cheese is kind of a pain. Alright, we can stick with that for right now. Is it the unstable branch? Yes. What's going on? Someone's saying, did you get the chicken fixed, or do you have to start a new run? Oh yeah, people starting new runs.
Take
How you liking the update so far? I've been liking it a lot. For the record, I've been playing on Build 42 since it came out, and technically before it came out because I was in the internal test. So that's just been an ongoing thing. Oh yeah, this is the diner like everyone's been building their bases by. Or at. Because it's like in Echo Creek. It's just a very straightforward place to build. You threw the bed in the kitchen? I'll just instantly take the keys to this place, that's fine. Alright. Look at that going upstairs. Okay, none of the radio stations I care about. Interestingly enough, all of this counter is a lie. A window just got shattered, that's fine. Grab the fresh ham and the mallet. I need to stop taking things. I haven't played on lower population settings in forever. Oh, you can straight up get Maki rolls? Okay. I haven't played on lower population setting in absolutely forever, so I'm just not used to being able to just roll in and scoop up stuff early game. Oh yeah, that's getting eaten right now. Are we overweight? Yep. Are we letting ice cream pass us by? Nope. Dart, and I'm not sure what the second thing is, but it's nothing I need. All right. So we've got a car with keys at the gas pump. Not taking the multi-tool? Was that a multi-tool? The icons are just so small I can barely make them out. It's a fairly worn one, but yes, I'll take that. It's a shame they don't last very long before they break. We have tons of water. Got a bunch of junk food. I'm just gonna mark that there is a bunch of food in here because I'm getting to that point I really can't hold on it. Man, no radios with the emergency channel on them. I have to do those scratch-offs. Okay, stop picking up stuff we can burn. Let's grab the candle. Let's not use the lighter. There we go. We'll deal with the garage in just a moment. Tire iron's a really good weapon, so it has mechanics too. Mechanics 1 I'll bring with us since we can read right now. Okay, who's banging on what door out here? I know I still got the candle going. Welding torches and wrenches. Ah, there we go, an actual flashlight. So we'll grab one of those. Chuck that in our bag. Still no emergency channel. Okay, so it puts out the candle. That's fine. I don't care. Okay, so let's quickly assess. I'm carrying too much junk. I'm down to leave a bunch of stuff here and just make this my hoarding location for the time being. Let's clear the building first. And then once I've cleared the building, so you got car parts. Knee pads and all that. All right. Is that a carpentry book? Trapping. That's a worn one. If it was a fresh canoe paddle, I would have kept it as a weapon. Put you away. Just struck me that there's two doors here, not just one. I should not be doing any fighting over burn this much. Okay, we got lots of goodies in this place. Like the small hacksaw is a really good goodie, and the maintenance book is really good. I'm just gonna slam that whole ham, so that's got some weight to it. I'm gonna discard some of this other junk. Take the matchbooks. That's too many. Grab that book. Drop you on the ground for a minute. Okay. Basements scare the bejeebus out of you, especially with a flashlight. Yup. And we're just sitting in the dark. I guess I had a mostly gone battery. I still need to ditch some weight. That's fine. That multi-tool is basically broken. Kitchen knife, fine. Barbecue lighter, fine. That'll do for right now.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for subscribing for 14 months.
Thank you, Darth Strider,
Time
for
has
the
come, and so have I.
Thank you, Darth Strider, for the tier 1 sub. That's 14 months you've been subbed to the channel. Really do appreciate that continued support. Does mean a whole heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel that long, so thank you so much for that continued support. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. What? I think it's a Boolean cube. I do appreciate that support, and I hope you're enjoying your advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. Oh no, I don't picture any of that at all. Metal pipe.
Thank you, Amy Maybe, for subscribing for 1 month.
Alright, some stuff's gonna get left behind here. Hacksaw can just sit in the basement right now.
Train is go. Choo choo.
And thank you for triggering the hypes train. So thank you, Amy Maybe, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month. You used it here, and I really do appreciate that. I do hope you're enjoying the stream and your advertising previewing, as well as access to the emotes. All right. Photo albums and all that. TV remote. Got a lot of goodies going on there.
Thank you, Discordy8, for subscribing for 8 months.
And thank you, Discordy, for the tier 1 sub. You've been subbed to the last 8 months. I appreciate that as well. Thank you, thank you. Got lots of books we can read. Are you telling me I cannot put... Oh, the key ring is a Lucky Ratswood. Alright, hang on. This is important. So grab you. Drop you in our main bag. Grab these keys. Drop them here. And this. Alright, so we got ourselves a Lucky Rabbit's Foot. Now we can't die. Because we're lucky. That's how that works. don't need that, but... Alright, so what we're gonna go ahead and do now is let me ditch some of the junk we've got on our person. Because we're just gonna start hoarding a bunch of stuff here. So for the moment, all my stuff that doesn't rot, we're gonna chuck that in here. Food-wise, that is. And go over here. We'll want to bunch these weapons. Drop you off. I can't do those tickets. It's too dark. Drop you off. And I have way too many books on me is the current problem. For the moment to deal with that, we can read the first aid. Maintenance one I can't read yet. Drop off the other two. Have a sip of the water. Okay, we're at 10. I am super overburdened. I'll toss the can opener in here for right now. It'd be good to have that on me later. But at this stage of the game, I've just got too much junk. Alright, well, we wait for it to be a bit later. And thank you for that hype train, level 1 at 94% with 3 subbies. I do appreciate that. Let's take the first of these books. So we got 2 books I could be reading. Like, kill a little time reading some Car Zone. Let's see, hey Rual, you read your last opinion on zombie distribution, crafting speeds, and how you're spending the in-game time. Now, after reading your title, like a good viewer, I think to myself, I don't know if that's bad for you. You know, you're a guy who, like, I'm a guy who changes things by himself, if you don't like it. And for now, you haven't even, unfinished and may change in the future. Yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm doing is for right now, I'm dropping the population down. I want to wait and see what they do with the balance with the crafting and weapon durability. Because there's so many ways they could make it way better for my playstyle. Like, if they made it so the crafted weapons, as you level them up, you get significantly higher durability, that would solve the problem. If the crafting times are shorter, that would solve the problem. If the zombies had slightly more weapons where you still needed to craft but not quite as much, that would solve the problem. But we did the math, and it was literally 1/4 of my time playing was being spent just about on crafting alone. Is like, okay, hang on. That's a bit more than I really want. Oh, let's mark this on the map real quick while we're here. So for right now, we're going to go ahead and mark this as the house icon, just for... House icon is going to be where I'm hoarding stuff. Yeah, or I could also see that. Yeah, like a craft in sets of 5. So it's the same duration as like the individual one, but you just do them in bulk. Because that address when you're specifically trying to do them in large sets. Did you detach yourself? Well, don't do that. Okay. So everything looks like it's still fresh. That'll be about the right amount. I agree with you. Alone the time you have... I agree with you. A lot of the time you have to spend cream butter. Yeah, and that was... I made the comment that in build 41, on my character that was doing all the late game stuff, that in practice what it ended up being was I would spend about 1 day every 2 to 3 weeks on just maintenance stuff. So it was basically each time the helicopter would show up on sometimes, I would end up having a whole lot of stuff to worry about. So far as like making getting food, replacing weapons, whatever. And that was about the balance. And I don't think it needs to be like quite that far down. I think it could be a little bit worse than that. All right, let's drop off the paperclip. That doesn't weigh anything really, but we'll drop the pipe wrench just in case I do make a base later. Okay, so we're at weighed down. I can live with weighed down, but like really overburdened is not a thing we can settle with. Yeah, there's no, it's good. Okay. Yeah, it's like none of them are like super. This is like irredeemable or anything. It's like, oh yeah, no, it just needs a little nudge. You just hit the max and throw a day away crafting, but you can see how much harder the time crunch on 16 time pop. Yeah, and that's the thing. I think it's still a problem even outside 16 times pop, but I definitely see that 16 times pop does exacerbate it. The way to think of it is when it comes to fighting, 1/4 of your time fighting will be spent making the weapons fighting, assuming you don't loot stuff. Which obviously, early game on Apocalypse settings, you can see it can basically ignore looting stuff, or sorry, ignore crafting stuff entirely because I'm going to be swimming in weapons. Oh, I'm going to have to break the door on this one. Alright. Actually, that's not true. It's wood walls. So I'll just need to grab one of the saws out of the basement real fast. Alright, it doesn't go through, we can go around. Yeah, exactly. Twist saying, in build 41, you're swimming and hunting knives. On this build, they're legendary. Yeah, I think I've had maybe half a dozen. Alright, so I threw a saw down here. So let's grab that saw real fast. Because let me show you a trick. Because all the new areas, they've been really using the wood panel walls. And you can take apart the wood panel walls. Alright. Yeah, so I don't think we need to go back to the old ones. I would definitely agree the old weapon drops on zombies was perhaps a bit too on the generous side. But it does feel like they should split the difference there somewhere. Alright, so I'll take apart this one. So disassemble the object. Here, I could use this. You do think today it's related to loot settings? Yeah, I am running default loot, by the way, on both characters. Yeah, keep in mind with all that, the loot settings, I never change them because I want to be able to kind of share the balance of where things are at. Oh, the lack of ethics here. Oh, you're gonna see some shenanigans. You're gonna see some shenanigans. You missed it, Twist, already? I already have the generator magazine. Yeah, so don't mind me. I'm just gonna go ahead and take this. Oh, I don't have debug turned on. No, debug is not turned on. So right about here should cover pretty much the whole place. Now the catch is I need to get enough gas to kick this thing over. I know I saw like 1 or 2 gas cans in here. I think they're actually in the main room over there, not back here. Let's grab this, that. Like there's more good stuff in here. Let's move those to not be buried back in there. Put the saw away. Put that away. Put you away. Grab one of the wrenches and put it away. And then check. You might actually have the emergency channel. Nope. Unknown frequency. I'm not going to leave it running 24/7 to try and catch new broadcasts. That's fine. So let's go in the main room. So this doesn't have gas. We do have the keys to this car, though. Yep, no, it's 2 days, 1 hour is how long we've been alive. Where did I see those gas cans? I know I saw at least 2 gas cans in here. Oh, were they downstairs, maybe? So they weren't here, they weren't in your supply closet, they weren't there. They're not going to be in there. They're going to have to be either back here. There we go. All right. So all I need is to find a singular liter of gas. Just 1 liter of gas. And then we have everything we need to keep stuff going. Let's go ahead and we'll eat half of you. Yep, I have keys to 2 different cars. I literally have no levels in anything. So skills, bam, straight up empty. We're about to get a point in strength, but straight up empty. Traits, we do have some positive. We're also putting on tons of weight because I'm eating everything that I'd be like, no, it doesn't matter if that's bad for us. There is a desire for that to be consumed. And I'm grabbing too much junk and getting punished for it because we are at no strength. Alright, so let's go ahead and scratch our tickets. And first ticket is a loser. Second ticket is a loser. Third ticket is... a loser. Alright, well, our luck only applies to loot, not to scratch-offs, unfortunately. And I do realize we are being penalized on the stamina recovery because we're overburdened. I'm choosing to be lazy about stuff. Alright, so I guess we'll start using some of our loot symbols. There are tools left in there. You call them scratchies there? It sounds more fun than scratch off. No, I agree. Scratchies is probably a more interesting name. So we've got a tissue. Okay, no fuel, but that's a truck. I'll be down to take that truck as our vehicle. Imagine it's not letting us gamble. I didn't really want to sit there and do 3 separate gambles. Nah, it's just apocalypse settings. Apocalypse settings are for when you want to play baby game for babies. I'm teasing. Apocalypse can actually be genuinely hard. But we are getting some real solid loot. Do I want to break into this car? Not particularly. Not yet, at least. What I'm looking for... I don't think you have gas. Like, are any winners? Yeah. I probably should have. There's no gas. I probably should have. I just didn't want to take the time to do it. In all honesty, that's basically what it boiled down to. I had to take the time to set everything up and, you know, wait to scratch them off until we got to the prediction. It's just like, I'll just get it done. Can you not siphon from the pumps? I've never tried, but in real life you can't. I'll just have the key for every car in this area. Yes, that's yours. How do I want to mark cars that I have keys for? So, car. Is there a key icon, maybe? Yep, there is. So, car with key. Car with key. Car with key. Symbols, where's my lightning bolt? Generator's hooked up here. And then there's one of the cars over here I had the key with. There's another generator. I believe that one, from what I've heard, is static. But that generator's always there. I don't know if that's true or not. But I have heard that enough that I would believe it. Okay, we got keys for another car. I think it's that one. There we go. Just gonna leave them. I also checked to make sure it wasn't just keys laying in the ground right here. Alright, I don't want to damage this car yet. So let's siphon some of that gas out. That'll give me what I need to start the generator. And with the gas to start the generator, I can start grabbing a bunch of these vehicles and pulling them aside. Oh, I should check the trunk. Okay. I don't want to smash up the windows yet. With the way the forging works, the keys just appearing into existence if you're patient, I'm just going to leave it until we can keep going by and someday get lucky and have it appear. Oh, you got like salsa and everything here? Alright. Well, heck, that means I could just I could take the fresh stuff and I could put it in the freezer when I've got too much, too. Don't do this to me, game. I'm supposed to be clearing areas, not loot goblining the map. You're giving me just too much. Too much generosity is happening right now. Alright. Cover endurance from it before I start doing anything else. I eagerly look forward to that first point in strength. We're getting really close to it, but we're not quite there yet. Oh, I could be reading. So I'll ditch a bunch of weight. Alright. Yep, Alice in Adventure is fantastic. Do agree. Also plays Product Zomboid, also someone we're checking out. Alright, so turn on the generator. I actually did shout them out. Also, that sign is a liar. Sign's a straight up liar. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, I just pulled gas out of it. Oh, is he yelling out fuel? Oh, right, they have two different sides to them. Let's forget that. For right now, I'm gonna chuck you in the trunk here. And grab the jack out of there. I can go here and put the jack in there. Oh yeah, no, it's not a big deal. Where'd the other one go? Didn't yeah, I picked up the other one. Ah, right, okay. I always forget that these count as 2. I know those were separate, but that's fine. Alright, so let's run over here. Because I would like this truck. Of the vehicles I've seen, the truck is so far the one that has, makes me the happiest about it. Okay. And what was the shape of this car? It was relatively good, right? Yup. Okay, they're not real. Cool. Yep. Perfect truck, generator magazine, premium generator. Like I said, though, keep in mind this is Apocalypse. We can get through a lot of buildings real quick. It's still ridiculously good luck. But compared to my normal 16 times pop, I would still be fighting to, get, like, anywhere. Okay. But yeah, so, I mean, freebie cars, I'm gonna sit there. Well, if you want to clear the map, a vehicle is needed for sure. Yeah, it'd definitely be an important convenience. It'll let me carry weapons in the trunk, let me carry spare food, that kind of stuff. What I need to avoid is getting into a situation where I start loot goblining really hard. Because that's one of the things I do find as a thing that catches a lot of people. Okay. So I've got entirely too many freezers. Let's get that taken care of. So they broke down that freezer. Oh, they changed it. That freezer used to drop into 2 separate pieces. Want a funny thing to do with them? Which thems? Okay, so we got these freezers back here. I just realized something, chat. Hey, hey, oven? Cooking ourselves some dinner. The fridge is in the Petro. You can put stuff back in the cabinet where you found the scratchies. Like on the shelf. Alright, we'll deal with that in a second. Yeah, no, I did that in the resort. The character that's still alive there, all of those industrial fridges are in the cabinets. Yeah, because it's what, like 40 carry weight, so those got 40 as well. We can do that. Oh, actually, because the ice cream freezer is 2 tiles. Alright, so let's go deal with... Brendo at the back door. Okay. Alright, the whole reason I went in there to deal with the freezer. Yeah, it's actually a good idea versus dragging where they can get broken. So I can grab this and say, yeah, just go in the cabinet real fast. It's fine. Oh, there's a pork chop in there, too. You know what? I don't want to do this meme anymore. I just spend the whole time memeing cooking all those things when we're already overweight. Yeah, so let's grab this, because otherwise the zombies are going to destroy it. I don't know if I care. But, you know, I'd rather they just not get to destroy things. Oh, good. We'll put both the industrial fridge and the popsicle freezer inside the same cabinet. You know, that's just efficient. Alright, so the vending machine does not show up on here. We have an industrial fridge, a large store fridge, and a white fridge. Okay, so the industrial and the large store fridge are the ones in here. There you go. Okay, now I went into 2 pieces so I can just lay on the floor. Cool. And the reason I'm taking the time to do that is that'll shorten how often I need to refill it. Okay, so we got the gas pumps, the generator, 1 fridge, and lights. Yeah, this is 0 to hero start as well. I always do 0 to hero because the gaining the stats is one of my favorite parts of the progression. And so we don't do 0 to hero, I don't get that fun. That's the reasons why we're struggling so much in carry weight. Just eating ourselves a full beef patty in one go. Oh, wait. Let's not leave that in there. Leave one gas can over by the generator. That way, if I ever lose track or whatever, you know, the generator dies, I can just pop it up. And then you're not going back there. That's those two. We could sit for a minute in here. And grab that other car real fast and drag it over here. Do I actually care about dragging the car over there? I don't think I care about dragging the car over there. We've got our main car and we got a backup. If I need, like, if we lose our main car, we use the backup and then I can go and grab another backup, and that's how I'll deal with it. I'll just mark them on the map when I got cars I know I can start. Alright. Let's just go ahead and we'll walk over here. I won't bother moving the car right now to hit up these little kiosks. See what goodies we can get out of those. Just... oh no, don't do this. Not more books I can use. Oh, okay, that's... I'll take the candy. Yep, so you can go ahead and hit these 3 little kiosks here real fast. 2 kiosks. Alright, I can play. Or not. I guess I won't be going in the kiosk. I can't pick up the cabinets because I don't have enough carpentry skill. I have to smash down the door with a hammer, and that's gonna take forever. Butchering 1 book. We got fresh buns, barbecue sauce and salsa, bunch of other goodies that are edible. Okay. So with that, we did loot the top 2, but not the bottom one. Yeah, and we'll use the truck to go back and forth there, replace now that we have that. But I want to mark that there's a generator down there. I guess we're just gonna hack down the door with something. Oh, you know what? We can put the saw back in my person. I'll have to double check. I didn't see what walls those have. Let's keep the saw and a claw hammer on me. So let's not break this claw hammer right now. Switch out weapon we're using. Yeah, that'll work. So grab that. So for the moment, you go in here, you go in here. You in the freezer, grab you out. You in the freezer. You in the freezer. Yup. Uh-huh. Yep. Uh-huh. Yep. So basically putting all the food in the fridge and freezer. And if it's something that needs to be refrigerated, it goes in the freezer. If it's something that doesn't, it goes in the fridge. I can go over here real quick. Take those 2 things of meat that are going to go bad. Start those cooking. All right. Just the speed at which we have this all set up is just silly. Alright, so eat the mutton chop. I just realized I didn't even investigate this room carefully when we came in here. Yeah, the rest I investigated. Alright, so we can now close that window and not have to worry about problems. Let's take you and grab you out of here. And then put the claw hammer in my bag. Put the butchering book over here with the first aid book for right now. We could drop off the rubber hose in the garage downstairs. Oh, I forgot I grabbed a second water bottle. I only want to carry the one. We have 2 limited carry weight for 2. Honestly, the whetstone for right now, I'll drop that off as well.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could
We
happen?
got a handful of weapons here we can use, not that many. I got a source of fire. Let's drop off the batteries for the moment. I can grab plenty of batteries all over. Ah, so we can keep using that claw hammer. We'll use the other one for when we need. Drop the rubber hose here. I got rubber hoses everywhere, so drop that off. Okay, so we ditched a bunch of stuff, so we're not overburdened anymore. Cool. And I'll adjust my posture. I'm gonna go right to sleep today. Alright, so very low kill count days because we found the generator and did all that stuff. Now before I forget, we did go to those 2 buildings and looted them. And then there is a generator right down here. That we don't have the key for, and we don't have an easy way to get in. But my hope is, if I'm remembering correctly, that it was the wood walls again, which means I can just take apart the wall and just go in through the wall. We just hello Kool-Aid it. If not, then I'll basically need to break down the door. And that'll want to wait till we have some type of axe or something. Because breaking it down to a claw hammer or something, you can absolutely do it. But it's just gonna be destroying a tool. Oh, I should be checking real fast before we go too far. Let's check to see if any of the radios here have the emergency channel. Because we do have the helicopter set to sometimes, so I'll probably want to listen for it. Okay, that's a no on the truck. That's a no on the car. Let's go grab our saw. And one thing I also want to do is figure out which key is for that place. Let's drop all the keys in the ground for right now. Can I still open it? Okay, that's fine. Alright, so we'll take all those keys, and just in case I'm wrong, I'll go ahead and toss them in the trash can here, so we can recover them if I need to. Because the keys do have a weight that will add up after a while. Alright, so let's go, and we also need to pop over here and remove those. Because I've got my cars that I can move around now. So the cars I'm leaving will I keep marked. I should probably mark all the cars, shouldn't I? So loot. There's a taxi over there. Now, what was your walls made out of? Are you wood-walled like I think you are? Because it's got... Nope. That one I could take apart the wall. This one I can't. Yes, that one I'd have to take an axe to one of the doors. That's fine. Okay, so let's start taking our car. And we can start clearing up around here. You appreciate the notice? Yeah, it's mostly just because people are going to ask me a billion times. Which is totally understandable. Oh, if I grab the welder and the mask we left behind here, I can tear apart that. Now we can be on the lookout for the other stuff. Okay, so there's a welder. Grab the tire pump. Grab the lug wrench. Grab the jack and a regular wrench. Right, I left the welding mask in the other place. Did I already check you? Yeah. Alright, so let's go grab our welding mask. After I ditch these tools in the truck. Because then, like I said, we can keep all of those tools in the back of the truck, and as I need them, I can break them out. Let's toss one of the claw hammers in here as a spare. There's the jack. There's the lug wrench. Eat that pork chop whole. There's a welder and the saw. Toss one wrench back there as well. Okay, so that's good news. We'll quickly check the tire pressure while I've got it in my hands. It's an easy enough thing to do. Scoot you on over. Get our tires all topped off. But we will be on the lookout for propane tanks. So we can keep a propane tank with us to, you know, drain the, cut apart the various wrecked stuff all over the place. And I understand it doesn't give me XP anymore. That's not why I'm doing it. I want to have the roads as clear as I can, so that way moving around I don't have to worry about dodging around constant cars. Because that's how you end up just smashing into stuff and smashing up your cars real fast and having all sorts of problems. Wrecked cars give XP? Oh, cool. Well, then I will get XP from it. Oh yeah, no, I think we tested it. It was wasn't it some like 5 XP or whatever? And it made the comment that's like, you know, it's actually not the worst it could have been. Because like for your first level, I think it's 75 XP. The big thing is it absolutely murders your poor welder. Just drains it. So I'll have to be on the lookout for propane grills. All right. We got that topped off. Chuck that in the back. Okay. So the welding mask is all the way over there. Let's grab that. And I definitely want to use fishing this run as our means for keeping our weight up. I do not want to deal with the cows. They're fine, but they just take time. Oh, I look forward to having some stats. Always that early game, no stats part. You just eat a whole cow to keep your weight up? Unfortunately, the reality is that butchering gives you very, very little calories compared to other stuff. Like, maybe when you get the butchering hook and you really level it up, it might be okay. But I've heard nothing great about it. All right. Oh, the pinpoint slow-moving zombies. Not bad on low pop settings, but on the higher ones, these are what annoy me so much. Because you go to fight them, you just keep aggroing more and more because of the noise you make. But that's because you don't want to wait for them to get to you. Disrupt off? I have no idea what that is off the top of my head. All right. Oh yeah, no, I have whatever. Basically, Apocalypse and Go on that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, I haven't... The only things we've done... Let's see, what have we done that would be technically easier? We did turn off the respawns because the point is to clear the map, and if they're respawning, you know, that kind of dead-on arrival and attempting that. But yeah, otherwise we are trying to do all that. I am not going to loot all the buildings. Bored yet? No. So I think for this run, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna change my symbols. So buildings I have looked at us and cleared, that's a circle. Circle means I've cleared the building. X means I basically took everything of value out of it. Oh, here. We have cooking 2, like a couple trailers over. Let's go ahead and we'll grab... I don't care about the punch right now. Let's grab the cooking 2 book, since I know it's right here. It was... that trailer. So go grab the cooking 2 book. So one of the problems is I did forget to change the peak and base pop settings, so we're on the base stuff. That was intentional. But I didn't change the peak pop. So the zombies will be respawning for the first couple of days, like 28 days. So I can't really actually clear an area for 28 days because the zombies keep reappearing. But that's fine. We'll get to the 28 days relatively quickly. And then it'll be just as easy to clear. Because otherwise, if I would have remembered, I probably would have just bumped up the population to what it would have been peak and just called it a day. So we do not have respawns on, but we do technically have spawns on. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not going to restart or anything for it. Like, if it was more of an ordeal, I'd be like, yeah, we can go ahead and do a restart, but yeah. Okay, so with that, we can go here, and I'm going to take that off there, and this off here. Yep, so consider those buildings looted. Oh, they'll migrate. Like, to be clear, when I say full clear, it isn't going to be a thing that I literally go through, and at the end of the game we can pull up debug and see 0 zombies. Because there's always going to be zombies in the middle of nowhere woods that, unless you're using mods or something to detect, you're never going to find. Like, it's not even a player skill thing, it's just you will literally never find. Yeah, those are spare wrenches I can use as weapons. Don't forget the randomly generated zombie-filled land on the outside. I haven't gone out to newer edges. I have heard they just made it so like the map goes on forever, but like the out forever is mostly just empty wilderness. But as you're saying, with zombies. It takes you forever to full clear? Oh yeah, no it will. Like, realistically, eventually we start getting bored of it and we just move on to other things. You're gonna smash that window. I'd rather you not. I'm gonna need to rest for a while to get this muscle strain off. We've definitely way more than overcommitted in that muscle strain. I saw a zombie, please die. Okay. So let's scratch off our ticket. Loser. We're definitely sitting in that couch correctly, by the way. Don't question it. It's because I did turn when I went to drop the scratch-off ticket in the cabinet there. The character turned towards it. So you and a few buddies tried Insane Pop, but forgot to lower the starting pop till peak. And it was a nightmare. I honestly find in the past when I've done like different peak and starting pops, I would actually argue in a lot of ways it's harder to start with a lower starting pop than peak pop versus just committing to the higher pop. Just for the perspective of the zombies like keep reappearing even if you fully clear out an area. Because spawning and respawning have totally different rules behind where they can and cannot spawn and when and all that kind of stuff. And I know resting doesn't help with the muscle fatigue. Oh, did I not bring more food with me? That's fine, we'll deal with that later. We get into like one more building and I'll find more food and not have to worry about it. But yeah, so it's one of those things that like for the first 28 days of this run, I'm going to be re-clearing this area from like whatever stragglers spawn into the area. Once I get like a couple of streets clear, my morning routine will be to grab the whistle out and blast the whistle in the middle of town. For just any of the zombies just hanging around. Those are wrecks. I should be able to disassemble them. Yeah, for a call, that empties out your thing entirely now. Yep. That could lay on the ground. Let's go ahead and we're going to have a symbol for a wrecked car. So we've got the tires for an okay car. It's not a good wrecked car symbol. Broken heart. Well, I already have the X's in use. We'll go do that and drop that off so we can find some propane. I thought it said fresh donut rotten, and I was like, what? Was that chocolate chips you got in your bag? Ah, black beans, you can have that back. Look, man, we can't let these go to waste. It's the last cake we'll ever see in our lives. This is why you start underweight in Apocalypse? Oh yeah, no, like, when you're not playing in my normal ridiculous settings, getting your weight up early game is really easy in Apocalypse. For For the record, I don't need to be eating any of this stuff. Oh man, if we had a bowl, that'd be a wicked salad. Alright, we can go here. We can check on this building real fast, and then we'll move stuff up. So it does look like it's got a second floor in there. It's some type of like warehouse garage thing. Do you have any windows on you, or you just saw a building? There's windows on the second floor. Alright, so that's another building I'm gonna probably need an axe or something to get into. Brenda, you want to get over here? I was hoping we'd get lucky and just immediately get keys for it. It's fine. Planks, more planks. Stuff I don't care about. Metal sheets. Okay, and we can go to... mark that. Okay. Got a resident key. Wait for that house there. Let's go grab this guy. Big ones we need our actual weapon skills more than anything else. Those weapon skills and strength will be what lets... There we go. Those will let us get through more zombies before we get our muscle strain and exertion up. And it'll also let us get rid of it faster. So let's back off for a minute and rest. We did not check this car, so since we're kind of clear here, I'm going to go peek at the car while we wait. Oh. Alright. Got some blacksmithy stuff in this one. Most of the time when I walk by the mailboxes, they're just brochures now that I don't care about. So it caught me by surprise, like, wait a second, that was an actual magazine. Cool. Ooh, I like that one more than the actual flashlight. So let's remove the battery from you. Put that away. Okay, so we can take this car, we're gonna drop it off at home. Because that gives me another spare in an emergency. Okay. Full map clear? Yeah, basically all the major cities and that, points of interest, that kind of thing. Like, I'm not gonna go schlepping through the woods looking for that one last zombie that we don't even know is there, kind of thing. Honestly, the military base will probably be one of the places I don't put off that long. Like, that's one of the ones I'm gonna want to hit earlier because I want to get the military backpack. Because, yeah, keep in mind, I have cleared the military base, the old one, on 16 times pop multiple times. So let's go ahead and do the loot symbol here. I should move these symbols. They're not on the road. It's very, very cool now? Yeah. Military base has to be harder than taking on all of Louisville now? I mean, I would say, generally speaking, the military base, even the old one, was more dangerous than just Louisville broadly speaking. The big thing, like, you can't really say, like, this location in Louisville because just the nature of the population are going to be pulling stuff from everywhere around Louisville. Alright. Let's deal with the zombies around here. Now go check this house. Come on. Cool. I'm not gonna worry about a lot of stuff we have to open. Ah. Plastic pipe can just stay there. And we got our pouch of dice. We'll have to figure out what hat or what we want to wear as far as all that goes. bottle opener and all that. I don't really care. I'll grab the fork as a spare weapon. CD player I don't care about. That I don't care about. Okay. Grab the next wrench. We also have a spare wrench in the car. Drink some water. I'd say you've already grabbed anything of value out of this house. So you can go here and symbols. Grabbed you. Locations. Put an X on it. Grab our keys. Drop that key off in here. I don't need it. So let's rest a minute. You know what I should do? Let's not sleep here. I was going to sleep here, but I'm like, you know what I should be doing? Going back to where we got our stuff that we're hoarding. There's other books I could be reading. Let's go grab that next book and get the next book read. Because that's what we could do when we're killing time. Plus we can do a little bit jogging here and there. We'll figure it all out. Alright. Okay, any propane grills that we're seeing? Let's add... Park there. Got charcoal grill. Oh, wait. One right down there. Because you can take the propane tank from it. There we go. And we can use that for refilling our welder to start sawing up all stuff. You seen the new suspenders? I have. I haven't gotten to use them yet, but I have physically seen them on like other people doing their runs and all that. So refill the welding torch. Cool. Put that away. Because what we can do with that, like I said, is we'll go to these wrecks we see them and we'll just cut them apart. Grab those. Grab that. There you are. Here you go, friend. And there you are. Got more stuff to chuck in the fridge. So little by little we get all these places cleared out. Like that'd be the big thing, is if we actually wanted to hold on to a lot of stuff. be a whole big ordeal. Okay, so let's see here. You don't go bad, you don't go bad, you don't go bad. You don't go bad. You're good. Yup. There you are. Yup. Alright. Man, I have got to find a bowl. Bunch of water bottles, bunch of more water bottles. Right now, put the pouch of dice in there. Okay, let's find the one water bottle that wasn't as full. That's my one for carrying with me. Now we can drink that. Nothing is marked as stale yet here. So eat the pear. They don't last very long. Alright. What'd you start with perk-wise? If you do traits, it won't be perfect. The command traits, exclamation mark traits, it won't be perfect, but it'll give you a pretty good idea. We have something similar to what that's got. So we did start with no stats whatsoever, no strength, no fitness, no anything. So like obese, unfit, and weak, those have all changed what they're called now. I got rid of outdoorsy. So instead we have fast reader and adrenaline junkie in that. But it is the same general premise of we started with no skills whatsoever, so those 3 points you see are from us surviving. I also don't have thick skin anymore either. I need to update that command, but with the builds we've been tinkering, and I have two different runs alive right now. I'm also feel like I don't want to mess with it too much either. Alright, so push just a little bit into the morning. But kind of the goal here is to burn through these books as much as we can. But as I find the books, just knock them out. Get those XP multipliers. So that way if I do decide to do things, we can. I'll grab you for now as well. Alright, so that's our highest kill count day. Yeah, so you look at our chart so far. Not a whole lot there, but it should build up to be interesting over time. Yeah, keep in mind, normally I run 16 times pop. Just been kind of in a thing at the moment where with the 16-time pop stuff, it is just one of those things, the weapon crafting, the amount of time it's taking right now. I was burning out my 16 times pop run because of spending about a fourth of it just crafting weapons to sustain. And so I'm really hoping that gets an adjustment on the dev side. Because it's a lot of time to be dedicating to just watching bars. This is mostly vanilla, yeah. Like we're not running mods, if that's the question. But it's mostly vanilla as in it would be Apocalypse and Go, except we did turn off the power and water immediately. Which you'll notice we're only on day 4. Yes, I do already have a premium generator running. We have not turned up our loot. It's just, you know, baby game for babies. I'm teasing. We got some really ridiculous RNG this particular go. Oh, I didn't drop off the cooking book. That's fine. What weapons are you using? Whatever I can get my hands on. What weapons was I using? In that run, we were primarily using the stone knives. The stone axes have about the same performance as the stone knives so far as weapons to kills in my experience. And then I also had on a save I was messing with where it's going into like debug and changing stats and all that. I did get like about the same mileage for my time crafting versus like using the stuff as weapons. So I would make fewer weapons in the same crafting time as I would compared to like the stone knives or whatever. But then they also got less... Sorry, I may have gotten more time out of them, but not enough to offset the difference kind of deal. Cool, so we can drop that off. Drop off our welding mask. We can go in here real fast. And remove that marker, because it's in the wrong place in the first place. Alright. And I'm not going to drive the car like every 2 inches to get to like the next building or whatever, as long as we're relatively in the area. Okay, so we got a laundry mat with a box truck up front. Man, Apocalypse is so weird. Oh. Okay. And it's a box truck full of like all sorts of welding stuff and all that. So what I'll probably do is I don't want to grab all of that right now. I will want to pull the truck up though and grab that propane tank. We're going to end up using it. Cool. So we can go to this building. Grabbed everything worth grabbing out of it. Alright, so let's go back here, grab our truck. Want to bring that forward. We can go ahead and load up the propane tank and all that. Yeah, very genuinely, the amount of loot we're finding, it's like, I'm very quickly going, okay, maybe we literally just stop looting. Like, it'd be worth it to get the books and all that, but... That was, I can't remember where I read it. Let's grab the bellows, because those, I believe, are hard to find. So grab these. The iron pipe we can bash things with. Steel rods and all that I won't worry about too much. We can grab you. The heck with those, grab it all. Remo, I thought that was some keys. Alright. Drop off the iron pipe, I don't need it yet. Our water bottle's still cool. Excellent, good to know. Okay, so let's pull up our map again. And go loot. There's a box van in the front of that house. Business, whatever, laundromat. So we got a basement in here. Our magazine about the seasons. Hi. Hi, pretty wifey.
No, you're the handsome hubby.
Yeah.
Your game is very funky.
It is. I love you. Because of the fog, mostly. Like, yeah, that checks out. Alright, so this window should be safe because the zombie can't be on that tile. We can see this tile, and it can't be on that tile. That's all blocked. Just get out of my way, window. Cooking pot, maple syrup. Fresh lime, stale tomato. All of that's just gonna rot. As much as I've been memeing about, like, grabbing all the meat and eating it on the way through, it's like, alright, that's just gonna make us sad now, because it's all not fresh. And then very generally, we have way too much weight. Oh, there we go! We'll just go ahead and give ourselves another backpack upgrade, right up to another one. Alright, so moving everyone to the big one. Too much weight, you say? The game heard you. The game is just going, hey man, I'm just gonna keep giving you bigger and bigger bags. And just letting you make your own decisions. Just going to kill me by just giving me too much stuff. So that my loot goblin self cannot deal. Alright, still no luck. On any of the other stuff. Alright. So we don't need any of the things in there. I've been checking some of them and then forgetting on others. Okay, so this one... I'm gonna mark it with that. Don't want this one down here. Loot. What do we want to mark booze for? Because in case we ever decide to, like, meme and party it up, I should be able to mark it and be like, there's the booze. You left a screwdriver? Oh, that's okay. I'm gonna do the light bulb. There. I probably won't remember that. Alright, I forgot about you. $106.6. Alright. Emergency. 106.6. And I can go to here. So I feel comfortable that there's no zombies anywhere nearby. Let's see. Add preset. Emergency. Turn down the volume. Alright, now I can listen for the helicopter event. Make sure I turned that off, because I don't remember if I did. I did not. Alright. Did you tweak any other settings, such as helicopter frequency? Yes. So I turned off the power and water instantly. I set the helicopter to sometimes. What else did we change? There was a couple other things. Like, there was nothing that was like, oh my god, it's gonna be so ridiculous. Like, we didn't turn on sprinters or anything, because people who've been here know that I just don't care for sprinters. But yeah, speed we're gonna get through these towns is gonna be something. But I am planning on heading towards one of the other major towns pretty early on. What I definitely want to find is a police or fire department bull driver. Oh. Oh, interesting. You used to not get spare engine parts from these kind of things. I'm not gonna bother picking it up though, because I really don't care. Alright, so yeah, let's work on this grid here, and then we'll go down that way. And then after all that's clear, we'll go across the river. Oh, hey, buddy.
Hey! Hey!
The only problem with tossing in the truck is that I got... Well, I mean, it is only 8. As I say, the only problem with tossing in the truck is that I gotta take it somewhere. But, like, the engine parts and all that can be pretty good. Anything starting to stale? Okay, the cauliflower's starting to go stale, so let's slam that real quick. Cool. Gas can and a tire iron I'm definitely keeping. Already using a pencil, so I don't need the eraser. We'll add a mark that there is a vehicle there. Drop some things in the trunk real fast that I don't need to have on me. Okay. So drop off the ratchet. And I'll grab the regular wrench. Turn, the wooden mallet, all that. Okay, that should do. Just leave a lot of those things just to rot now. Got so much food. You have a lighter? What's the third thing on there? What is the third thing on there? Cat eye sunglasses. There you go. Sure, why not? Oh, we got a boarded up house down there. Excuse me. Keep your fingerprints off the door. Or window. Okay, we're definitely gonna want cooler sunglasses than these ones. Alright. You're very happy Jean's not dead. Who's Jean? Jean is our 16 times pop character. Jean's taking a break because I'm burning out in the how much crafting I'm having to do to keep clearing. Like spending almost a fourth of the run just watching bars fill up as I fast forward. So Jean is taking a break until that gets like a bounce pass and we see where it shakes out. It might even be it shakes out in a way I don't care for, but that is what it is. Right now, as it is, I don't think I got it made to do the 16 times pop runs if I'm gonna be crafting that much. No, I don't honestly care about the keys. I hear you, but I don't see you. Ah. You're here. Alright, we got like the world's most claustrophobic half bath. Oh, here we go. Alright, so grab an orange. Have some orange. Have some hot peppers. Have some avocado. While we're in there, go ahead and throw some cauliflower in there. Get some apple in there. Put in some tomato while we're at it. Put a little cucumber in that. 52 hunger. Tons of thirst recovery. And it makes us a little bit on the happy side. So let's go ahead and have a little nibble of the, that salad. Would I eat that salad in real life? I mean, I'd try it. My expectations would not be high, though. That's, It's not the most appealing Saladin. Okay, we already checked this side. Sir? I appreciate you knocking. I actually don't really have a reason why you shouldn't be knocking. Oh yeah, no, you should knock on the front door, sir, not the back. It's just weird. Got it. I was gonna be like, I don't want company at this hour. I'm like, oh, it's 3. But I mean, maybe I still don't want company at that hour. Well, that's a not exciting basement. Who is Jean? Jean is my 16 times pop character. I definitely hear a zombie. So yeah, so we've got a 16 time pop running we've been doing. It's at a bit over 15,000 kills. I'm just burnt out on needing to perpetually craft all the time. You've always had to craft weapons for 16 times pop, but it is so much more of a time sink now than it used to be. Oh, they're not saying he's dead. People are asking who Gene is. Which is fair. Isn't it easier to make short bats? So, like, if I only have to, like, if I can only make one weapon, I'm already gonna be kind of salty about that. But, like, the problem we're having right now is it's just the amount of time I have to make weapons is just a lot. To give you an idea, it's ending up being about 1/4 of my playtime on that character. And that's a bit much. If it's literally I can only choose to ever use one weapon just because of, like, the nature of those things, that's a problem. Because I also just don't want to make bats forever either. Aren't was all dead in some degree? I also don't remember if we took... Well, that doesn't have loot in it. I don't remember what we did here. Gene is over weapon crafting. Yeah, it's exactly... It's just the amount of time. Because keep in mind, that character is playing on 16 times population, so it's over 15,000 zombie kills. It's just a lot of weapon crafting. And sure, I'm willing to bet there are some weapons that would be more optimized, so far as the amount of crafting needed and all that kind of stuff. But that's kind of not the point. The point is more the amount of time you end up doing the crafting. Now, to be clear, I did experiment loading up a save, putting debug on, and jumping it up to being, I think it was 7 blacksmithy maintenance and all that, and carving, and making some weapons using blacksmithy. But ultimately, the amount of time I had to spend crafting weapons versus not crafting weapons was about the same. It's just I got fewer, somewhat better weapons versus many not as good weapons. So the problem still remains of, it's still about 1/4 of my time that I want to be fighting is spent making weapons. And that is ultimately the issue. So you got a question. If you select custom zombie spawns like 2.5, does it recognize the decimal correctly? Or does it round it? It recognizes it correctly, yes. I believe up to the 2nd position. I believe it'll do like 2.25. I believe once you go to like 2.25 .255 or something like that, it won't do the .55. Sorry, the last digit. I don't remember if it tells you no or not. Let's see, you're hoping eventually you'll have some blacksmithing NPC. I don't want that. I've been pretty outspoken that I don't want it where we just like, you know, you've gotten 100 reputation points with this NPC. They will now craft for you at home. I genuinely, very specifically don't want that. Like, to me, that would be very disappointing direction for the game to move in. Because then, to a certain extent, that becomes forced gameplay, where now, if you want to have that, you either have to grind, or you have to sit there and just hand it off. Yeah, exactly. I do feel like you as the player should be investing some time into the skills if you care about them. It's totally fine to be like, I don't care about blacksmithing, so metalworking just is going to be a big old nope. But, you know, that you would be invested in something. Because there is supposed to be a whole, like, risk you take as you go around doing the zombies. It's totally fine if that's not your preferred gameplay, but I think for the default, actually having something on the line of value is important. I made the comment with, like, a couple different creators that some of the most fun I've had in collabs with stuff like Product Zomboid have been, you know, permadeath servers and all that kind of stuff. Where it's like, once you die, you're just out. Because it makes people actually care about keeping their characters alive versus one of my big complaints that I have about most of my multiplayer experiences in Product Zomboid. This isn't like the other people you're playing with, just the nature of it. Is you feel comfortable just like throwing away characters. It's like, it's fine, I'll just bring another character out real fast and pick up where I left off. You know, I haven't gotten high skills yet or whatever. And to work around that, a lot of people get the skill journal mod, which is a good mod, but it's just get your journal and just get your skills back. Which, you know, play whatever's fun. Like, don't let me yuck your yum or anything like that. But for me, I find I get, like, no investment in my character. I just kind of don't care when I'm playing that way. Okay. Yeah, I'll push on. Just keep waiting for that house alarm. We've been pretty reckless with a lot of this stuff, and I just keep waiting for that house alarm. I don't care what the radio has. Oh, eating the fresh cheese right now. That can't wait. It'll never be fresh again. Some people need a set goal. Oh, that's fine. Let's see. Let's see. You think that most of the games like Product Zomboid treat themselves like story generators, like RimWorld? There is winning conditions here, so why strive for it?
Yay. Morning watched intro, red title, red caption, have nothing to ask about Gene.
Morning watch intro, red title, red caption. Thank you, Randall Thor. I appreciate your reading about Gene. It is appreciated. But yeah, so it's not so much the objectives. Like, that's not even the part I'm going with. That is true, though. Like, it is one of the things that does cause a lot of people to bounce off Project Zomboid. They're like, but what am I doing? Why am I doing it? Like, what's even the point? And it's kind of like, it's a sandbox. You literally got to come up with that yourself. And it is just kind of one of those things that, for me, it's more with the multiplayer. Because if you make it as punishing as single player, it ends up being one person manages to get themselves pretty well skilled up, usually whoever's the most experienced, and they have it easy breezy, and then the other people just kind of fall behind because they're taking deaths and all that, so you end up having to turn down the difficulty to, you know, everyone. There's a balance to be had there. Basically, you make death not punishing as part of how you balance that out. Okay, that window's shattered, and it is clear of zombies. So it is always a tricky thing. It's one of the things that makes multiplayer in this game so hard is... You know what? Honestly, I'm not going to use it. If we're like doing this where I'm killing the zombies really fast and getting all over the map really quick, I'm not going to end up spending much time in one area to get all this stuff up. Let's see, you never tried barbecue? That's probably why. You never tried barbecue? Does he have everything to make an amazing burger and no house has had frying pan or griddle? Let's see, in your character, we have one character who lives in the base and pretends to be handicapped. He does a lot of the gardening, all that. In reality, he's the DM and sets up content and missions for us every week. Yeah, that's a good thing. I've known a number of people who do that kind of stuff, that they run, like... They run the server account, and they'll create, you know, quote-unquote events for people to do. A key ring of an American Eagle. I'm sorry, I got a lucky rabbit's foot. It's too important to trade for that. But yeah, there's that. You can definitely do that, but that does take having, one, a big enough group to justify it. And being able to commit the time to justify it as well. Which is already a lot. Rabbit's foot, man. Drop that in there too, it doesn't weigh anything. Drop off the pipe wrench for now. Yeah, so like if you're dealing with a server where you got like, you know, a dozen people or whatever popping on regularly, that's absolutely worth doing. If you got someone willing and that's what you're looking for. I tended to be more in the objectives. I was going, all right, well, let's, you know, put it on these ridiculous settings and hold this area. Or, you know, let's go and try and, like, clear this thing, or, like, whatever. You know, let's make the mall into the base, or the prison into a base. You know, things that's about, like, a challenge or whatever. But like I said, kind of the big problem there is, especially if you're dealing with a group of people with very, very wide range of skill set in the game. Like, you know, some players are brand new and some who have been, you know, thousands of hours in. It can be a little difficult because if you tune things for the new players, a lot of times the more experienced players will just plow through everything and then quickly get bored. And if you tune it for, like, the very experienced players, the poor new players just get, you know, they start taking death after death after death because everything is way too tuned for what they're at. In Zomboid, this is Echo Creek. Oh, no, you're asking, yeah, where they're at where they don't have barbecue. Barbecue also means very different things depending on where you're in the world. All right. Yeah, no, most places will have something along the lines of barbecue. Like in you know, in the real world, like most places have some barbecue or equivalent. Being pretty bold with these, which is probably going to ultimately get me killed, as I'll probably end up dying in just plain old, not plain old, basically apocalypse settings. And it will be because I'll just kind of look at it like, yeah, easy game, and just smash through some window and jump right into a zombie or whatever. Get careless, as it were. Because the places you expect problems, like opening doors like this, you'll be careful. We'll see. All right. And yep. Yeah, our other run's still alive. I'm just kind of getting bored with the 16 times pop and how many weapons I'm having to craft. It's just so much time spent crafting weapons compared to actually fighting right now. I will say, full map clear though? I promise we're not cheating. None of that crap that I care about in any of those houses. For those who missed what it was, that's our second premium generator in this run. And we do already have our generator magazine and a premium generator hooked up already. We actually had our generator hooked up at our home base and everything with a working car we could drive on day 2. Oh, but I was saying, so when we went to start, I had people ask that, hey, you know, can you do this one with the bright nights? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Just, you know, it's easier to watch and enjoy with that. And I already, like, I hadn't turned it up bright before, but I usually always made the comment about, like, you know, no problem with that. Like, I would leave it on the bright nights. Okay, so we can go here. We got a car, and I have a key for it. There is no gas. But I am finding, with, like, the bright nights, where normally we would be back up chilling at home, just doing nothing, because it'd be just too dark to be out fighting, I am like, nah, I'm good, we can just keep going. It's plenty bright outside. The houses get a little sketch. Oh, important news here. I put you in the wrong spot. So you're getting full. Take our garden fork. Oh, that's a star for a hat. Got your toy car over there. Clothes I don't care about. Grab your batteries. Don't do this. The whole box arounds. Normally I would never touch that, but a whole box arounds is like, okay. But really... Okay, so the rest of the stuff here in the house we don't care about. So let's go here, circle it, exit. My car's up there, somewhere. Let's bring this crap back to our car. Like, bring the rifle back into our hands real fast. And I'm not going to save the rifle, we are going to use it right away. So, first thing in the morning, we are going to start popping off. And the reason for that is it's a low pop area. We're getting it mostly cleared. Actually, was the car still up here, or did I leave it over there? Got one zombie chilling by my car. Please fall down. Let me, like, stay down. There we go. Alright, before we get too much far, let's go ahead and I need to get the gun off my back. And the bullets in there. Fresh stuff, drop off the spare batteries. Drop off the nails. The carpentry chisels. Diet soda, the gas can, the garlic powder. Actually, I could probably put the garlic powder in the salad, can't I? Give that back. The granola bars, Mechanics 5, which I won't be able to use forever. That's spare ratchet, seasoning salt. The seltzer water, the twine. Okay. Everyone knows the ultimate defense during a zombie apocalypse is do literally nothing. Because, you know, zombie apocalypse. It's not real. Alright. Okay, so let's quickly pop over here. Before I forget about this. Grab our welder's mask and the torch. I do appreciate that cutting apart the cars now gives us engine parts. Why can I not? Oh, I probably just can't fill it up in the dark because it's probably technically a crafting recipe. Alright. Okay. Hockey uniform are just dope and just hot. So I guess those floodlights and such come in handy while crafting at night. You can do a lot of things. You said the devs of this game seem a bit out of touch with the little unfun crap that you have to do, like spin around while sitting on the ground, and other things. I mean, that's probably just they haven't taken the time to implement an alternative. I will say there's definitely a couple of things that the devs have made decisions on that I'm not super excited about. I think the worst offender is the realistic growing times on the crops. That to me is a dead-on arrival. But like the spinning on the ground, it's like, eh. Because you actually don't need to. If you want, you can literally just hold shift and fast forward. And the moment a zombie comes up, you can just stand up immediately. I just prefer spinning because I'd rather have lots of warning versus, you know, depending on reacting in time. Oh, hey, buddy. I actually really wish you weren't here, but that's okay. And the reason I'm pushing as opposed to using my actual weapon here is they're already super duper exerted and I'm tired from all the heavy stuff we were carrying. What about the current caloric intake use issues? So I still stand by, we had very, very high calorie usage. Let me check one thing real fast. Gotcha. I'll check that after stream. So we've always had, like in build 40, not always, in build 41 they did introduce very, very high calorie use. That's when we had the thing first get introduced where just walking your calories would get obliterated. That's been in the game a while. The issue we do have right now is there was a lot of things that used to be something you could reliably get a lot of calories from that you can't right now. Fishing used to just be walking up to the water, right-click, and being like, yo, fish. And your bag would fill up with fish just poking it with a spear. We used to have it where you had plenty of other supplies that you get. Like, you go to a place with ice cream and you'd have like 8 or 9 things of ice cream, that kind of stuff. And we don't now. So I think the real problem is more, there's a lot of things that we should have more calories coming in from that we don't. And as a result, is that's kind of put the lens on all the things related to food, because the things that do burn a lot of calories and all that. But yeah, no, it's been a thing since build 41 that you would just absolutely annihilate your calories just walking around. You had issues living long enough to harvest crafts and build for everyone. Sometimes the farming is now like building a moon base for you. No, even for someone who does genuinely have characters who live long enough to realistically be able to farm, I don't see a reason to do it other than to say I did it. Like, from a practicality standpoint, the invested effort is astronomical. And then it is one of those things like, okay, but let's say on the other side of it, we actually do get a lot of food. You know, like you grow your cabbage and you put in the time and it gives you like 20 cabbage per tile. Let's say it's something like that. I have no idea where it actually lands. The issue is the cabbage even put in the freezer will rot. So, like, even giving us higher yields doesn't help. Let's eat the banana. It's gonna rot soon. You know, eat the eggplant. It's gonna rot soon. And eat the peach. It's gonna rot soon. Erica's like, why are you making me eat all these awful things? That's the way we roll, man. Alright. Is there more stuff I want to dump while we're here? Eat those. Put those in there. Yeah, alright, so we're good on the books and all that. Let's go down here to our car. I load a bunch of junk in the back they didn't really want. Yeah, higher yields isn't too bad if you find enough jars, but honestly, just hope they give us an option to make cans with metalworking. Yeah, even if you find enough jars, I still probably wouldn't care, because running the generator is easy. You know, it could be a possibility that later they let us dehydrate a bunch of the plants and all that. You know, make various food stuff that is a bit better for, like, the long term or whatever. But it's still just kind of one of those things I'm just like, alright, but would I really? And I keep coming back to, no, probably not. I guess your point is the game is intended to be fun, and this game has the bones for a fun game, but trips over its own shoelaces. So, for the record, I've generally enjoyed Project Zomboid over the years. Like, very, very much, I have almost nothing to say but positive when we're talking over time. There are a couple things in Build 42 that are taking away from that fun, that were not things of the past. But stuff like the spinning in place, that's a nothing burger on me. It's like, if that's a deal breaker for anyone, go ahead and anything that's got early access in its name, just delete it. You're not going to be happy. It's just one of those things. You're just not going to be happy with anything early access. They all have their weird jank and all that. I mean, the simple solution, make everything potatoes for growing. What is the grow time for potatoes right now? Is that 30 days? Or was that 60? I don't have the numbers off the top of my head. Hey, Sacha. In real life, I don't care what real life is. Real life doesn't matter. Like, that is one of my big complaints, that what ruins so many other survival crafter games is they get caught up on the but realism, and you have to decide, it's like, right, but is it fun? Is it enjoyable? I don't care if it's realistic. It can be realistic, but if the realism gets in the way of the game balance, the gameplay, or the fun, why are we doing a new character? I'm tired of spending 1/4 of my time crafting weapons. Like, very, very genuinely, how tedious the crafting is time investment-wise is kind of ruining things for me. I think the devs are fantastic. And for the record, where I'm a little frustrated with the game right now, that's just unstable things. Like, I don't want to be very clear about that. I'm not like, oh man, the game's going in a bad direction, how dare they, or anything like that. It's very genuinely like where the unstable branch is at this very moment that we are talking. It does have some pain points. Yep, as soon as I get the truck unload, I'm gonna go with the gun. I am tending to not drive the car for the gun time. The new settings is basically we've taken Apocalypse, turned off respawn, we added in multiple helicopters and a couple things. We are keeping like the random stuff, even though I haven't been particularly happy with it. I am trying to give it more time. Because you tend to like more realistic survival games less, personally. Games like Green Hell Stranded thing are very treadmill-y with little time for them. Yeah, that's exactly how I felt. Usually when we get into the realism conversation, I pretty much just dump on poor Green Hell. And I don't think it's a bad game. It's just very much not what I want in a game. Which is why I don't play it. Because the survival aspect of the game doesn't feel fun to me. It's just, oh, I gotta go through my routine. Oh yeah, no, we had the generator on Apocalypse settings. We had the generator with the magazine, all hooked up in day 2 with working car and everything. Like I said, baby game for babies. Nah, it's just 1, we got lucky on our loot, and then 2, when you're playing on Apocalypse difficulty in a low pop area, you can basically wander around and do whatever you want. Like there's very little to push back against you just going to the next place, going to the next place, going to the next place. Now, when you're new to the game, obviously, you're going to struggle because of the different fights. You won't know what'll get you into trouble and yada, yada, yada. But once you know what you're doing, where you can manage the zombies, know when to back off, all that kind of stuff, you can fly through the areas. 0 to hero? Yep, 0 to hero. Always and forever. Now, to be clear, the issue I'm running into where the crafting is becoming so tedious for me, I feel like that genuinely is an issue in the game right now, broadly speaking. But I do believe my 16-time pop settings, as on the other character, does take that issue and just dial it up. From make weapon standpoint, you'd say try spade, short bat. Yeah. I didn't mess with those two. I messed with the blacksmithy on another save. Like, I just gave myself 7 blacksmithy, 7 carving, and all that, and just tried to make a couple of weapons blacksmithy-wise and see how they held up. And like I was saying earlier, I did find doing that, I didn't really feel I got appreciably more time out of it. It was I spent way more time to make a couple fewer weapons, that in the end I kind of came out even so far as the time investment into making the weapons versus the time I could fight with the weapons. So fewer higher quality weapons, but with a higher investment time, ultimately means basically the same results. Whereas I think it'd be better if the blacksmithy... Generally what I'm kind of in favor of is I do think for the time we have to put into crafting our weapons, they should get more mileage out of them. And I think the way to balance it would be based on your skill you are in, like what level of skill you have with the weapons going into it. So like if I'm sitting at, you know, carving 2 and I make a stake out of it, yeah, the stake's gonna snap in like 2 hits. But if I'm at carving like 9 or 10, maybe I can get like 5 or 6 hits on average before it breaks. It'll still be a wooden stake. It should still break super easy. Did I? Yeah, we checked out the basement. The place had a really big basement. It's got a bunch of tools down there. So 16 times pop is, if you look at the game normally, right now on Apocalypse, it starts at 0.6 times, or 0.65 times pop. So imagine you're at just a little over 1/2 of the 1 times pop. and I have 16 times that. It's basically, it's something like 20 something or 30 times the amount of zombies you have in Apocalypse as well as playing on the other save. Yeah, I figured this way I'll explore the map as we level up. I'm gonna probably loot less and less. I'm already honestly getting to the point I'm like, you know what? I don't need to loot. Like maybe I target the buildings. The big thing is I'm trying to kill the zombies in the buildings because on these settings they're gonna be a large percentage of the population. Alright, so put that on our back. Open the box of ammo.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Because I don't want to keep the gun forever. Okay. Yeah, I can see combining skills. To a certain degree, we already have that. For the record, all those hits where the zombies are just putting up with it are considered misses. But with the change in mechanics, your misses still do damage and still flinch. But so you're being selfish. You like playing Product Zomboid while having Product Zomboid streaming, but you always feel like you're almost dying because you make up noises. Today you're looting an empty house on Riverside, mainly clear, and you didn't know single zombie 9 months into. You feel like you're playing with fire sometimes. Oh, it's real hard to play games where you have to be very conscious about sounds, and watching someone stream the same game. Alright, so let's go ahead and chuck that back in the truck. We definitely didn't gain much skill there. It is interesting that that only made our right arm sore. I did notice our muscle strain is real high. Hey man, don't break my windows. Trying to not aggro all the other ones we seeing in the area. Because the muscle strain. We're doing okay on exertion. But the muscle strain is going to keep stacking up if I don't take a break. Yeah, I'll take kind of the same strategy I did on the 16 times that to keep me actually using the guns. When we get a gun, the next time we either have like a helicopter or an otherwise convenient time to do it, I will just like take the gun, whatever ammo we got, pop off. Alright, so let's read while we wait for our exertion to drop. Not exertion, I'm sorry. The exertion's fine. The muscle strain, and that's from shooting the gun. Technically, is this 16 times pop? No, this is not 16 times pop. Normally, I do 16 times pop. I'm taking a break from it for right now, because right now, with the situation with crafting, I'm spending literally a fourth of my time on that run making the weapons for that run. And I've come to accept I'm just not enjoying that. The, fast-forwarding through loading bars is very significantly detracting from my fun. So I decided we're going to go for a map clear. We'll see how much I enjoy this and how much I stick to it. But until there's some adjustment, I probably just won't play 16 times pop anymore. Historically, that's the only way I usually play. Like, I played that way for years. But we gotta wait and see how they balance. But that's the thing, it's the unstable branch. I'm gonna give them a chance to figure out what they're like, how they're doing their stuff. Give whatever the update is a go. Plus, I haven't played on the Apocalypse mode since Build 42 dropped. I did like one really short round where I just kind of ran around real quick to just look at the area, and then went right to 16 times pop. And I'm like, let's go explore. We'll clear and explore. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We also, by shooting that gun off, it should have pulled the zombies from the nearby area. But yeah, so once we get the zombies cleared out of the area immediately around me, we are going to work our way to the next town and start clearing it. But yeah, so I turned the zombies back to the random where they got like the pinpoint hearing and random toughness and random eyesight. Hey, finally a fast zombie. There you go, buddy. All your friends around here are real slow, buddy. Okay. You think they'll let us shoot the helicopter in the future? No. I very much doubt that'll ever be functionality we'll see. Because, like, in practice, the helicopter only shows up once. You can like, roleplay it if you want, where you just point the gun in the direction of the sound and just go bang, bang, bang. And then when it goes away, be like, oh, there we go, we showed them, ran them off. But yeah, that's the whole thing. You think they should have made this game multi from the start? After hundreds of hours, you really are feeling like seeing what it has to see. You can play multiplayer right now. Build 41 is multiplayer. Like, that's just out of the box. It's only if you're playing on the unstable branch right now that you don't have multiplayer. Multiplayer is fun. I find, like I mentioned earlier, for me, generally speaking, if you don't have someone, like, really, really go out of their way to make it permadeath and a whole bunch of things, I find multiplayer to be far more arcadey. It's like, it's fun, it's just a completely different experience. And it's fine for once off. It's not something I do super regularly. Like, I am intending on doing some multiplayer collaborative Project Zomboid with different people here and there kind of thing. We did some in the past, and I plan to do more. It's just one of those things that, like, I'm not going to sink hundreds of hours into multiplayer, I don't think. I just have a lot more difficulty feeling invested in multiplayer characters. Okay. Yeah, so I'll just go ahead and walk down to these two houses down here.
Hey.
We still got more zombies that we brought in, which is fine. Oh, yeah. Thought you mentioned the, Burt Black's, RP server. Yeah, I had multiple people, not Burke himself, I had multiple people who were involved who invited me. I just wasn't sure I was going to even be able to make it time-wise or anything in the first place. And then, you know, just never committed to doing it. But I do think the next time I might give it a go. Yeah, to be fair, I do think those RP events will be a lot of fun. But that's a whole different animal. Hey, lady, don't break that. I can't replace it. Yeah, so firing off that gun was very deliberate to try and draw as many zombies into the area that were in hearing range. Just because very likely we were going to have a bunch of that. Let's see, had a clown wanting to make cannibalism legal because food supply was limited. Yeah, that was Undead. Well, sorry, no, that was someone in Undead Baron's group. Yeah, no, it's a fun. That's the thing that's fascinating about those roleplay events like that is if you hop around between the different people and what they're doing, you will see an entirely different experience on the same server. Like, it will be entirely different. Like, you have some people who think, like, the whole thing's going undone and that there's people conspiring against them. You'll have some people who are like, oh, this is, you know, like, it's a little tough, but it's alright or whatever. Like, that's always been a thing when you have roleplay where there's enough people involved that you can't keep up with any individual. Like, you can't keep up with everyone on it. Like, that's, to me, that's the fun of roleplay, is just there's all those different threads going on and you never have truly what's going on around the whole thing. There's a grill? Yes? I mean, we've seen that grill. It's fine, we have the generator, I don't need a grill. Need charcoal, maybe? I mean, but I don't need the grill in the first place. I have a perfectly working stove. It solves a problem I've already solved. Alright. Well, the nice smoky flavor. Doesn't exist. It's not a stat in this game. Food just gives happiness or sadness. And considering the sadness mechanic is pretty like pretty minor in its impact. I usually don't even care about that. You think chat wants barbecue? I mean, I'm sure there's a barbecue place open for... Well, I mean, some of you are going to be late enough in the evening. But, I mean, you can make barbecue happen. That's a dream you can actualize. Good. Just keep replacing. There's no indefinite way to keep generators running for very long term, right? Eventually they will... Everything will be wood-fired? No, in Project Zomboid generators last forever. In real life, things wear out. But in Project Zomboid, you can keep repairing them and gassing them up for all eternity. Eventually, they are going to make it where they wear out. That is something they have told us they are going to do at some point. But unless I've missed it, you could just keep repairing it. You don't need metal to repair them? You need electrical scrap, which zombies have watches, and those watches give you electrical scrap. Speaking of which, I've been ignoring taking apart things this whole time. Hey, $2 winner, I'll just take it from you. We can dismantle a couple of watches. I don't need a lot, just a few. Get like 10 electrical scrap to just keep on standby to patch up the generator from time to time. They did change the way it repairs. It used to be when you repair, you just right-click on and choose repair, and it would keep cycling until it's fully repaired. Now it's like you do a repair and it rolls the dice to see how much you repair it by, from what I was able to tell. It might be a set amount, I just miss-saw it, but... That's fine. Hey there, friendo. But yeah, so we look here. I can turn off the generator, and it's at 93%. I can choose to fix it. And it'll take one of my scrap here. And now if we look at it again, it's a bit better shape. The big thing is you don't want to let it stay below 50%. Once it gets below 50%, it can catastrophically fail. And it's real bad to anything around it when it does. It does have a tendency to burn down your base. Generally speaking, though, just fix it up when you go to regas it up every other time you gas it up or so. Just take a minute to patch it up. But yeah, there has been talks that they want to give us diminishing returns on the repairing. So that way you repair it like 2-3 times and then it doesn't let you repair it anymore. Okay, so meanwhile, let's go into the freezer. Grab the peas, the pineapple, and the grapefruit from our salad. I put on so much weight because we ate all the ice cream we could find. I jumped this up to over, like, I think we got to like 100, 101 or something like that. You know what? I shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna. Because I'm not gonna let the pizza go to waste in our world. I'm not gonna do it. We almost never get to have pizza. We've had a couple of slices because the trailers are just weirdly absolutely brimming with pizza. We're gonna go ahead and cook ourselves up a pizza and just slam a whole pie. It's like the last Twinkie? Exactly. If you try and wait, you're gonna miss it. So you best just go ahead and grab it and enjoy it while you can. Alright, so eat that pizza. 104 hunger. The whole thing. Bet you can't eat a whole pizza by yourself. Real life, I have absolutely eaten a whole pizza by myself. It's not something I do regularly, but it is a thing that has occurred. Honestly, that wasn't as bad in calories as I thought. I figured it was gonna obliterate our calories. It was a decent chunk of calories, don't get me wrong. But nowhere near as many as I thought we were gonna get hit with. Alright. You can go in there right now. So I finished that book. The other thing we need to do is I need to go to my alarm. Because we're getting pretty close to the point that I'm going to start caring about the helicopter. Any pizza can be a personal pizza if you try hard enough. Yes. Oh. No, it didn't free up quite enough room yet. There we go. Slam that other pizza. What is your name? Daryl? Daryl Coleman? Congratulations. You get to enjoy yourself some nice pies. And with that, weight no longer going down. Which is not what we want, actually. Oh, we can go ahead and add peas to our salad. And grapefruit. Can you show the skills? We are at 1 short blunt, 1 strength, and 1 maintenance, which we've worked our way up to. Because if you eat a large pizza with the amount of salt, and it was the amount of salt that killed you the next day, totally dehydrated. Yeah. This would be like more like teenage me, early college me was the one who could like just do a whole pizza at one go and just be fine with it. Adult me, I could force it. I would not be happy about it. I'd just feel super full. Alright, so time for another day going out killing the local zombies. Chuck that in there. Alright, today is a drive the car the day. And somehow you can't gain weight? Well, I mean, we're calorie-wise, we only went up halfway. Like, which, to be fair, in real life, if you're slamming 2 large pizzas, you're not gonna like instantly put on a pound or 2. Take the gun out of there. We don't have ammo for it anymore. We surprisingly didn't damage it at all. Oh, you meant in real life? Yeah. It's probably not where I want to keep it. But I haven't bothered organizing anything yet. We'll get there eventually. We can get that out of the way. I'm not too worried about that. Alright, so let's choose where we're going to go for today. So I got the one building down there in the corner. And then probably work on this street. And like I said, there'll eventually be the point where we stop worrying about going into each and every house and seeing what they have. It just won't matter. Like, eventually we'll just get a bunch of weapons. And like I said, I'll kind of do the circle thing where we cleared the house out, but we didn't loot it. We'll see. Because I'm depending on the houses and all that for my weapons right now, that kind of changes a little bit. Oh, I still need to get in there. We haven't seen an axe or anything worth cutting through a door yet. Loot fatigue is a thing? Yup. Which is one of those things when people would bring up I'd be doing like the 16 time pops run in Louisville. And they're like, why aren't you looting the houses? It's like, dude, man, I've already looted literally hundreds of them. We don't need it. Because what'll probably happen is later on, it'll be one of those things that we just go through the neighborhoods killing all the zombies, leaving the houses mostly alone. Until we get low on weapons, and then, you know, we'll circle back and just do some cleanup looting. Refried beans make you gain weight? Yeah. What if you run out of supplies in 2,000 days? I'm not worried about it. Like, ultimately, we go back to it. We still can fall back on crafting. But with all the houses loots we'll have available and all that, it shouldn't be a big deal. But yeah, it'll probably be a thing where it's like, oh, I'm low on something, let me start hitting some. You know, like, oh, I'm, you know, low on this thing, let me go hit a couple places where I could probably find it. Right, where's the police officer? Because you probably have a holster. So you can eat a serving size of those every day. You'll notice after a month or so. Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of things you can put on some serious weight. Alright, so fast forwarding a little bit. Okay. Waiting for a muscle strain. I missed a question. Let's see. can your ability to repair a given vehicle ever get high enough that running over zombies becomes viable? No. Not really. Because you go on one outing, kill a handful of zombies, and then you'll need to repair your car. And so you'll just spend all of your time repairing your car and very little time actually killing the zombies. Like, the zombies wreck your car really, really fast. You'll also have to constantly be sourcing new parts. If you want to use your car as a weapon, you're gonna be looking at mods. And we're still muscle strained. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, you can grab cars and use them as weapons, just know you're destroying the car. You remember there's a zombie grinder truck mod? Yeah, there's a lot of mods. Yeah, no, most of the time when you see a player using a car as a weapon, they are a newer player or in a desperate situation. It's pretty rare you'll see someone who's been playing for a good long while who will use it just because you learn that you're just destroying your cars. Like, and you have people like, oh, don't worry. If you hit them with the back corner, it does less damage. Or if you hit them with the trunk, it doesn't damage your car. And they're not wrong. Like, they're not right at all. When you hit the back, it will lower the capacity of the trunk tremendously. And then when you start hitting, like, the panels and all that, you can actually sit there and have the gas tank break on you. And unlike the engine where, like, it'll, like, you know, maybe it stalls a couple times and then kicks back over and then it stalls a couple times, you might get a little bit more life out of it at the end. When the gas tank goes, the car physically cannot function. And it goes from everything is fine to non-functional, you know, where it goes from, like, you know, the 1% left to 0. Alright, so this is a perfect time, because I already forgot I had it. Yep, and car kills do not count for the player. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, your truck loses enough durability to nigh invisible rats and mice. You don't need to seek any additional car damage. Yeah. You stopped using cars to kill around the time you got a gas tank break in the middle of a crowd. Alright, Randall Thor, you have a good day at work and all that. And no problem for the bonus stream and all that. Now you're keeping the mag? No. No, not really. Because then I just have a bunch of mags piled up there, you know, somewhere that I'll never need. Ammo in the game is not plentiful enough to justify it. Let's see, do you think it's worth it to modify Short Bat with, like, tin can nails? Sorry, I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer. You'd have to look up the weapon stats and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, I got you, Lime Tree. The thing to worry about with cars is it is one of those things that, like, everything can seem fine, and then your car just fails you. And just, you're like, if you're in the wrong position when that happens, that can kill you. It's not that you physically can't. It is just one of those things that it is adding a lot of risk. Yeah, no, I messed with the short bats. I have to get my carving skill up, and the 16 times pop character I don't think I got, because what was it, like 6 or 7 for a short bat? Yeah, usually you back up, right, so when you back up is when you have the risk of the total, the complete gas tank failure. Like, everything will seem fine, everything will seem fine, everything will seem fine, then suddenly your car just cannot start or run at all. Like, don't get me wrong, you've seen where, I've gotten cut off by zombies because we drew stuff in and I shoved my way through a couple of zombies trying to hit as few of them as I can. But I deliberately try to avoid using my car as a weapon. It just ruins your car and then you have to go find another car. Still damages your car. If the zombie is alive, ground or whatever, it still damages your car. You just do more damage. Let's see, have you seen where you tow a car and to swing your car and towing as a weapon? It's strong, but yeah, but you have to have no tires in the vehicle you're towing. I feel like the setup for that, I'd probably just be able to kill the zombies straight up the normal way and get XP and all, like, count for the kills. And it would be less of a pain in the butt than just trying to set up, like, your maze. I can certainly see it being hilarious to watch, for the record. From the fun aspect, I do think it would be good. For an actual practical thing to do, yeah, it's... Alright, those are probably better than my current glasses. So that's another door I'm gonna have to get an axe or something to get through. Yeah, we'll grab the soda. Having weird pathing things where it's not letting me turn right. Probably need to go into my keyboard, clean up the contacts again. Had the keyboard for a very long time, so... Okay. It does look like there's a basement on this building as well. Okay. And usually if you find backpacks in houses, they'll almost always be in wardrobes. Alright, next one. Hey, Crowbar. How you doing, friendo palzo? Oh yeah, no, it is those things that, like, honestly, for we should definitely have different pants than the camo pants or what we're wearing. Let's go ahead and no, that's not it. Nope, definitely feeling like those pants are a step in the wrong direction. Okay. No bullets in the gun, so it's no good to us. Gotta get the drip right? Absolutely. Everyone knows the single most important stat you can ever have in Product Zomboid is your aesthetic stat. Like, straight up single most important thing. All other stats fall way, way, way behind the aesthetic stat. Wow, those shooting range glasses? They don't seem to respect the existence of light or not. Okay, maybe they do a little bit. Alright, so let's put those away for a minute. Put you back in my backpack. Alright, so Crowbar is actually relatively good at breaking these. It's not axe as good. But it's pretty good. Alright, so let's take a minute. And recover exertion, all that. Yeah, no, so if I remember correctly, the cleaver no longer has nearly the bonus it used to. They got rid of, like, its ridiculous bonus on being able to break doors. Hammers are relatively okay. They don't do nearly as much damage against the door, but they do work. Oh yeah, no, I used to keep a melee cleaver in my car just for the purposes of when I had to break doors. It's like when you go to a storage facility if I couldn't get a key to drop. Should break any second now. You should try blacksmithing? I have. They introduce. Oh, that's not for years away. Yeah, don't worry about NPCs. That's not for a long time. By the roadmap, you're looking like when I say years, I am not being like, oh man, they're so slow or anything, because I actually think they make good time, relatively speaking, for what they're doing. But on their roadmap. Like, the NPCs are way down the road. They were talking about that 2 years ago? You thought maybe it now? Oh, no, you're probably still talking at least 2 more years. Or longer. They've got their whole roadmap up. I think the very first version that has NPCs is Build 43. But that's like your very, very, very basic, like minimal bar NPCs is 43. What most people want NPCs to be is going to be like Build 45. Or sorry, was it 45 or 47? So just, it's not one of those things that's coming anytime soon. Yeah, pets will fall under the NPC umbrella. Because right now we do have animals. And technically, if you want to go into the NPC umbrella, animals would fall under that umbrella. But that's not what people are talking about. But about all the animals currently know how to do is run away from things or attack the player if they're upset. So they run away from like zombies or you making loud noises. Did they nerf the crowbar ability to go through doors? There we go. Spare parts. Grab the wrench and a screwdriver. There we go. So that way, even if I don't find that, we can probably do that. Yeah, randomly break down your fences and wall, yeah. It's like 2035. I was gonna say, no, let's be reasonable here. And I'm like, no, actually, if we're talking like build 47, maybe not that long, but you're probably closer than you are far. Okay. So we'll go ahead and loot-wise. We looted those two. Symbols, we'll go like this. It'll mark it with car parts. Okay. So that building took way longer than I wanted it to, but that's fine. It's looted, that's the point. By 2035? I don't know about that. Considering, even to this day, we still have games that are from, what would be Windows... Like, what would be the operating system we had Windows-wise 10 years ago? Wouldn't that be, like, Windows 8? Maybe 7? I think XP was out of date. Yeah, I was gonna say, XP was out of date by then. Yeah, 8.1. That sounds about right to me. But yeah, so if we consider 10 years in the future, we're probably only talking 1-2 versions of Windows ahead. Well... Oh, it's just melted? It's not rotten? Nope, it is rotten. That's real dangerous, the way that cuts off. We've almost done that a couple times. Luckily, nowadays, it doesn't have the issue where, like, you touch it all and it still counts as eating. Right now you feel old? Yup. It is what it is. The way to think of it is like a Windows operating system tends to last a good like 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Nowadays. Because it was like as much as people complain about Windows changing now, if we think back to what it was before, we had Windows 95, we had Windows 98, we had Windows 2000, we had XP, we had NT, we had, 3, 3.1. You had ME. Like, those all happened in a pretty quick time. And then we had this, like, really long pause after XP dropped that, like, we didn't get a new Windows operating system for a long while. And then way after that, we finally had Windows 7 dropped. I'm sorry, no, Vista dropped. My apologies. Yeah, you had Vista drop. That was a real long time between XP and Vista. And then 7 came out. We gonna talk about Vista? So I still go on the record to say I don't think Microsoft did anything wrong with Vista other than they misread the market. And what I mean by that is at the time that Vista came out, people were all moving to budget computers. People were getting cheaper, they were getting netbooks. Like that was the very broad thing. And it was just kind of one of those things. Like, there was a lot of stuff that upset people. Like, people got really tired of the whole, are you sure you would like to do this? It wants admin's rights. And it was constant, but that was Microsoft fixing what I would argue was a problem that they had been doing for years, which they were basically letting you do whatever the hell on the computer, like whatever software doing whatever and just not worrying about it. And malware was becoming more and more of a pain that they were dealing with. And that prompt was one of the solutions to that problem. Because software devs for years had been completely just ignoring any rhyme or reason with the practices and just saving stuff willy-nilly wherever the heck they felt like. And that was the first time they turned around and said, hey, if you start saving these in these places, we're going to throw a fit about it. Because you shouldn't be writing to those places. And I do personally feel that is correct behavior. You wonder how much XP is still in use? Oh, it'll be less than 1% nowadays. Switching to 64-bit made thousands of pieces of software obsolete. Yep. But yeah, so my comment with the misreading the market is prior to Vista, pretty much everything was moving in. The computers were just getting faster. People were buying faster. Computers getting faster. People were buying faster. And then suddenly, while they were in the middle of developing it, it kind of took a completely different direction that people were buying cheaper. And that's to me the big flop they had there. Because that means they planned for computers to get a lot better, and in a lot of ways they got worse just by the nature of the specs were worse, it was just less expensive. But yeah, when people talk about like, oh man, Windows 95 or 98 was the best operating system ever, it's like, man, you don't remember. You don't remember the pains of, well, gotta change one network setting. Time to reboot my computer. Oh. Had a new driver come out. Can't get it to run. Gotta go and, like, pull things down and all that. Yeah, the amount of blue screens of death we used to was just normal operating on those. Most of it was driver problems and conflicts and that kind of stuff. But it's very rose-tinted glasses just looking back and having the nostalgia and just generally people being mad at like the start menu changing or you know, the prompts being a little annoying. It is a very, very common thing that if you go back to what you used to use, very, very quickly you're like, oh man, I forgot all these pain points. Wasn't XP one of the best OSs in terms of issues? Yes. Windows XP, there's a reason it had some staying power. Is it did have a lot of stuff that wasn't a big thing, but man, Windows 98 and 95 was so much worse. And for the record, I was using computers before Windows. Like, DOS is my first operating system. Couldn't tell you what version. I'll leave the fishing stuff in there for right now. Yeah, everything is relative. Windows 98 5 was genius compared to Windows 3.1 when it started. Oh, I agree. WannaCry's exploit was originally codenamed Eternal Blue because it had such a high rate of BSO doing in the box. Oh man. There was been some like really, really nasty malware. But today I don't miss Windows 95. No, that's the whole thing. I've been fortunate that doing my time with like IT and all that, and doing software dev, and you know, even after XP got dropped from support, like by Microsoft and everything, there was still enough out there that your company was like, yeah, but we still support XP. And happy to do that. I have little love left for me with a lot of that. I remember fondly being like, oh man, this is so much better than Windows 95 and 98. And ME, I used almost all of them. I never really used 2000 much. That was about one of the only operating systems. Like, 2000 and NT, I definitely did, like, maintenance on for businesses, but I never used as my daily driver. You missed the look of XP? Yeah, that was Bubblegum, right? I always forget the names, because there was Bubblegum, Arrow, Glass, and I always forget. I think it was XP was Bubblegum. Is there Bubblegum or Arrow? No, was Arrow Vista? I don't remember. Yeah, Arrow was Vista, yeah. Right, yeah. No, they'd use the tech a couple different operating systems. But I want to say it was ME and XP were Bubblegum. Because I believe. That might be like the unofficial name. Well, I think Arrow may have been 7 and Vista. What's that Bubblegum you speak of? It's just the user interface style. They called it Bubblegum because, like, you know, that's when they introduced, like, the round start button. And it was like they went from being a lot more tame on their colors to getting, like, a lot brighter colors. So they called it Bubblegum. Yeah, Windows 7 was definitely, well, I would definitely say there was two things that worked out for Windows 7. Is one, people had already started to get accustomed to, you know, having the prompt saying, would you like to do that, and all that. You also had a lot of software devs who were at least competent turned around and realized their applications were getting all these prompts saying, hey, you can't do that, hey, don't do that, this kind of thing. That they finally started changing their software practices to make sure they put the settings, and it's not even that there's a right place, it's don't put in the wrong place. Like, don't put in System 32, don't put it at root drive. Because that's what all those prompts are all about, is something to be like, alright, I want to save a file to your System 32 drive. And to go, hold up. Are you sure you want to let this random program write to System 32? Which, granted, a lot of people said yes anyways, but it still had a chilling effect on software devs to do that less and less and less. Apparently I've already read all the books he had available. That's fine. Like, having to always mess with auto-exec back.config sys files was a pain. when did you... Like, are you talking about... Because that's, like, that was, like, on the discs to get them to launcher, I think, to change versioning. Is that what we're talking about? Because I never had to mess with that much. I had to do it once or twice. But usually that was something I didn't have to sweat. Oh, are you talking on the dev side? I was thinking IT side. That was DOS and Windows 3.1. Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't have to do that very much, thankfully. Like, I would say the worst experience I've had with an operating system was Windows ME. Windows ME was a hot mess. Like, it had some new stuff it brought to the tech that was good. Like, its networking layer was better than we had in 98 and all that kind of stuff. And it had a couple other nice little add-ons. But, like, a lot of it was just they put a bunch of UI on top of stuff that used more system resources. And a lot of that UI was, like, pretty, but kind of got in the way. You're playing games, you had to tweak those files a bunch to get freaking high memory, right? Yeah, so I didn't end up needing to do... Like I said, I vaguely remember doing that, like, once. I remember some games, like... You know, X-Wing and TIE Fighter and all that, and having to go through and, you know, they would have, like, the regular install, and then they'd have their inst-low install, and going through and just doing all sorts of hassles with a bunch of that garbage. Like, definitely remember dealing with, like, lots of annoying admin stuff there. You're still running, right? Yeah, okay. You know, Windows mess everything. Yeah, I do think it gets a worse rep than it really deserves, but it definitely was one of those ones like, okay, you did add a lot of good stuff, but it did come with a lot of baggage. Luna was Windows XP, Arrow was Vista, Metro was Windows 8, Fluent was Windows 10/11. Aw, man, I forgot they called it Metro. Because that was the same name it had on, like, Windows Phone and everything else. Because that was, they were trying to make one operating system for all devices. Which, to a certain extent, you know, okay, sure. But that full screen, like, Windows 8.1, people are pretty happy with. But Windows 8, when it's defaulted to the full screen, like that really got under people's skin. Which, for the record, I liked the live tile functionality. I did find the whole screen being hijacked jarring. Like, that to me, I understood, like, a lot of the other times when a Windows version would come out, like Windows XP when it came out, which, for the record, if you remember, Windows XP first came out, people hated it. People hated it. It wasn't until, what was it, Service Pack 2? That, you know, then people started singing the praises of Windows XP. You always hated the start menu. And felt like the full screen was an improvement. I didn't mind it as much. Like, I think it was fine. But at least that one is like, okay, I get why you don't like this. Because there was definitely stuff that you want to do that suddenly the whole screen would just get hijacked. You're like, all right, this is a little bit too, you know, a little bit too much. That said, I definitely stand by where, you know, today you'll have people like, all right, give me back my Windows 95 start menu, and it's like, nah, man, no, don't do that. It's like, we now have it where literally you can sit there, hit the Windows key, and start typing what you want to run, and you just get it. Like, you don't remember the days of not having that. I don't want to go start, programs, games, Activision. I don't miss that at all. and you'd accidentally move the mouse a little too much, it would drop out, and you're like, all right, time to do the whole thing again. I mean, what you really did is you'd memorize the pattern where you go like, Windows, up, right, up, right, enter. Or you just add a shortcut or something like that. Sometimes you forget the start menu actually exists. I know, right? All right. Let's see. Apple went super flat design too, and it's just harder to use. See, nowadays you click to start typing and end up with Bing search. Oh yeah, no, that I feel like they need almost a separate button for that. That one does irk me, especially like it very much should be you hit Windows key, you start typing, and all the things on top are anything that matches up on your system, and then after all that, then you can go like, okay, but what has Bing got to offer me? Like, if I don't find anything. The problem is they're not going for the power users on that. What they're looking for is they're looking for, you know, the person who goes, I want to go to Facebook. And so they go to Google and they type Facebook in it. You know, versus going like just a little higher and typing in the web address. That's the users that are trying to serve for that. But, to be fair, there's more of those users out there than people who know, like, shortcut keys and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, I do feel it should be a setting. Autofill is a devil? Autofill can be fine. It definitely gets you in trouble. There's definitely times it's counterproductive. Is that jelly beans you got in there? So you type in Notepad and get Windows Notepad, but if you type Not and Note E, you end up with Notepad++. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna leave that one intact in case I ever want to sleep in that room. Got a lighter. Grab the mustard. Grab the chocolate milk. Aw, we're at the point of melted ice cream. And rotten. Sugar cubes. Gonna not worry about the canned goods I need a can opener for. I have a can opener, but they're just heavy. Fresh jar of carrots. Okay. Paperclip did nothing but made you realize how quickly you got pissed off. I didn't mind Clippy. Granted, 90% of the time it was like, you look like you're... Go away, Clippy. But every once in a while you'd be like, you're writing, like, a resume. It'd be like your first time writing a resume. It's like, okay, like, actually, what do you want? Like, very, very actually, I haven't written one of these before. Let's see what garbage you give me. But ultimately, that was just a big layer between me and what's effectively a template. Photo of the sky. Very distinctly a picture of a lady on it. Because you don't know what your first OS was, but it had like a huge floppies with games on it, like Alley Cat and stuff. And there was a Spelunky type game that you loved, but you can't remember the name of, and makes you sad. Then mom and dad gave that one away, and you really wish you could get the PC back. Yeah. I mean, if you're talking the big floppy disks, yeah, you're probably talking like DOS Windows 3.1, because by the time we were talking like Windows 95, it's not that those disks were gone, they were still definitely around, but most of like the was it 5 1/4 inch floppy or whatever? Most of those, like by that point, had started to be like properly phased out. Like, not that you didn't find them, but it was more common that you get the 3.5 inch. We'll open the jar of carrots, because that does expire. Drop off the lighter. And the mustard. Alley Cat's the first games you remember? For me, was it NetHack? I mean, very first would be something like Atari for me. But on the PC, I think it was something like NetHack. Where you'd read a book and you'd just die instantly because your character went insane. And then you could find the ghost of yourself later. NetHack is still being developed? That blows my mind, considering if it's one of the earlier devs and all that's still sticking with it, that dev has to be like 60, 70 years old now, because that came out when I was a really young kid. And one would assume they're over the age of 10 when they started it. Interesting that it takes only 4 of its volume out per pass. Okay. Alright, so I got these handful of like 6, 7 houses down there. Is everyone's weight broken? Mine was on my other character. I actually haven't checked. The weight seems to be working on this character now, because I put on a bunch of weight, now I'm losing it again. Alright. That key will be for that house down there. Not seeing any more zombies moving around, so let's go check this house out. Let's see. if that non-calorie bug affected you, you have to go fix your calorie count in the number in the debug mode. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I had that happen to my other character. So yeah, I'll have to fix that. So the current character at 16 times pop, we had that show up. I think it was like not yesterday, the last stream I did of it. And I had reported that like my calories were showing as non, and I'm gonna leave that there. We got plenty of food. Oh, weird. Do you want the beret more? Yeah, we'll stick with the fedora. I don't think that's the hat we're gonna use for our last hat, but... Let's see, is debug still causing crashings on load with any mods? I have no idea. I haven't had problems, but like I said, I've only pulled it up once or twice for testing stuff. RPG manuals, Loot Lords, the Tan Goblin. Alright, so one thing I'm going to do real fast is let me chuck that on the ground for just a moment. Both of these weapons are almost broken. Let's break them. Because if I do that, I don't have to deal with all our stuff. I do remember, oh man, what was the old Sierra, like, there was a bunch of old Sierra games, I shouldn't say what was. There was a bunch of old Sierra games I did end up playing. Let's eat those limes. I vaguely remember there was like a real-time strategy game that Sierra had back in the day that I cannot, for the life of me, remember the name of. Ground Control? No, that's not the one I'm thinking of. He plays like a little robot that is like directly top-down kind of thing. Empire Earth? No. Talking real old Sierra. Back in like the early Quest days kind of thing. I know I'd remember if I saw it, but... it's fine. I remember the old Space Quest, Police Quest, King's Quest, that whole series. Still part of that same group, but very, very different. Laser Suit Larry, which I definitely did not play as much until I got older. The Incredible Machine, I remember that. Crossfire? No, that's not the one I'm thinking of. Earthworm Jim, that wasn't until later, right? Trying to go by memory here. Yeah. Leisure Suit Larry? No, Earthworm Jim was the one that was later. Leisure Suit Larry, it was similar to the Quest series, but instead of being like you're a police officer or like this sci-fi character, you're like a I can't think of a better word than you're a playboy, like not womanizer's not the word I'm looking at for, but like you're like trying to hook up with people. But you know, hilarity and shenanigans ensue. But it was one of the Sierra games where they pushed a few boundaries here and there. Super Mario 1, 2, and 3. Yep. Is Mission Force Cyber Storm the one you're thinking of? No, but that one does sound super familiar. I'd have to look it up. I might even have, like, the genre wrong, because, like, you could just kind of basically picture, like, one of, like... I can picture the graphics to it, and I remember the backgrounds tended to only be gray or brown. I can distinctly remember that being a thing. Okay. I used to play lots of RTSs back in the day. Like, generally speaking, my favorite genres back in the day is once we started getting some proper simulation games, that was, like, my favorite genre. I liked a lot of Tycoon games. Those were really big when those started showing up. Played lots of RTS, so like lots of Red Alert, lots of Warcraft, StarCraft, that whole selection of stuff. Played lots of Lord of the Realms. Yep. Oh yeah, those... I feel like, honestly, in a lot of ways, that was kind of their heyday. Like, we still definitely get lots of titles in those ones, but with how much gaming has changed over the years, going back to, like, the RTS style of a lot of what we see, I think there's a very genuine reason why we haven't seen, like, yet another new, like, entry to the Warcraft series and the StarCraft series and that kind of thing. Not only because a lot of the other stuff. We checked that, I believe. But there's certain game mechanics that don't... Yeah, because it's that little tent thing. There's certain game mechanics that worked really well there that have kind of been, like, superseded by other stuff. Like, for example, it used to be, if you remember back in the days of, like, playing the old SimCity and a lot of the old Tycoon games, you would enter your cheat code if you wanted stuff like unlimited money or that kind of stuff. And that's a mechanic you just don't bother with in most games anymore because you can just go and start a game and say sandbox. And that's basically what you were trying to accomplish. It's just you used cheat codes to get around it to, you know, just be creative play or whatever. Versus now they're like, oh yeah, people are doing it for this reason. Alright, let's just make that a game mode in itself. Cool, man. Something we pulled. StarCraft 2 wasn't that long ago. Don't look it up, man. It'll hurt you. It'll hurt you a lot. It'll look you in the eyes and subject you to pain. Let's see, 15 years ago. Warcraft, StarCraft, do you think suffered a ton from what worked well for casual play? And what worked well for competitive play? Not aligned particularly well. Yeah, I mean, there is that. But my comment is more, if you're looking nowadays, you go, okay, what is the new big RTS? Like, what would you say is, like, the newest, biggest RTS out there? So, like, for right now. Civ, that's a 4X strategy game, not RTS. RTS means real-time strategy. Warcraft 3 Reforged. Don't... Don't hurt me. Stellaris? I believe that's still considered a 4X strategy game, though it is a real-time 4X strategy game, so that is definitely one blurring those lines. League of Legends? That's a MOBA. That's a different genre. AoE 4, maybe? Yeah, Age of Empires 4, maybe. They Are Billions. That's fair. But how big would you say They Are Billions is? Compared to, like, the games of the past. They Are Billions is definitely an RTS. And it is one that did well. So that is a very fair one. I don't know Age of Empires 4 when it dropped, because that was a series I'd never gotten to. So I can't really... I just have to take your word on that one kind of thing. 2020-ish? I mean, that's honestly, all things considered, fairly recently. But yeah, so you get the thing, is like, none of them are nearly the size of what they used to be. Sins of Solar Empire at Homeworld 3. But yeah, so you can get like a lot of those games though, but the ones we're pulling out, like Age of Empires is a relatively big one. Age of Empires 2 is more popular than 4. Oh yeah, no, you're right. The Warhammer 40K series. Yeah. It's a squad-based art. Well, I mean, Warhammer 40K. What is it? Something Dawn. Why is my brain not working on it? But yeah, like the Dawn of War, that's the one. Yeah, the Dawn of War series. The first one was straight up an RTS. Like, just no question about it. Straight up your traditional style RTS. And then later they moved to the squad model way more. And I'd say Dawn of War 2 was probably the last one that really landed well. Because Dawn of War 3 was a lot more mixed bag. But yeah, I would say, so like, Dawn of War 2, definitely an RTS. Not gonna argue that. Definitely falls under the RTS umbrella. Ooh, car keys? For what car? Let's see, the OG Dawn of War and all the expansions were amazing. Played so much as a kid. Yeah. Yeah, no, the Dawn of War... I feel like Dawn of War 3... I don't... Because I played it... I want to say it was around the itemization and leveling part of it just didn't feel as good. Alright, so I saw there's a zombie downstairs doing its thing. $15,000 players peak for Age of Empires 4. Yeah. But you get the point I'm going there, is like the latest entries in all of those series underperformed compared to their last titles. And we've only had a couple of titles who have been new entries into those series. And none of those new entries did as well as the past ones. And we're not talking about like the original ones that introduced the genre entirely. And it's just kind of one of those things that we have a lot of games that, one, blur the lines between them. But it's kind of one of those things that there's a lot of mechanics that RTSs were the only ones who could do that now you find in a lot of other games. So like for the Stellaris example, Stellaris is, you know, a 4X game, but it does take a lot of real-time strategy stuff. Oh, Ashes of Singularity. Yeah, no, I've heard that name. That's a game I haven't paid attention to. Which doesn't mean anything one way or the other. But as a genre, it's been really difficult to kind of figure out where it should go now. Let's see. Any tips for handles in Build 42? You get sharpening, but you can't figure out how to change handles unless you're missing something. It doesn't feel intuitive, at least for the hatchets. So you do have a thing over here that'll be like see if we can't find one of them real fast. Because I don't remember the verbiage otherwise. Yeah, so dismantle. So you can dismantle, so say for example this claw hammer, I could take the head off the claw hammer, chuck the handle, and then I'd get another thing where it'd be like, it's something like attach medium or something like that. So you can swap out the handles and all that. If you're just saying like, how do I get new fresh handles on it? If you break stuff, then, you know, if the handle breaks, you can just put a new handle in, you're just good. You just have to pick up the head off the ground, which is honestly pretty annoying. It makes sense, but it is just a little bit annoying to have to track down where the head fell off. Oh yeah, some of them just not working, that I'd believe. People mentioned having decent luck just using the hammer to break doors. I'm willing to try it. Because the crowbar definitely put up a lot of a fight. Norland and Manor Lords? Manor Lords is like a colony builder. Norland would be a colony builder. Both of those have real-time strategy mechanics, so that is fair. And Manor Lords has been relatively big. Norland I don't think had nearly as big of a splash. We didn't break that crowbar. Where did we put that? Did I put that back in the truck? Is that what happened? You missed the Command & Conquer series? Yeah. I missed Dark Reign. That was probably my favorite RTS from back in the day. Oh yeah, we do actually have a meat cleaver. Like I said, pretty sure it got nerfed. We can go ahead and toss that in there. I got plenty of weapons on me. Yeah, okay, so I put the crowbar back in the truck because it was heavy and I wanted to break these. Balance isn't oldie but good, godly? Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that, like... It's I feel like the itch that a lot of the old RTS hit. We now have different genres that have enough overlap to them that it's kind of split the market. And as a result, we just haven't been able to have RTSs land nearly as strong as they used to, which has had a chilling effect on people making them. Not that I don't think they could be successfully made now. Come on, let me in. Yeah, that's they definitely nerfed it. I remember people mentioning that it got nerfed. Because for those who didn't know, that weapon used to be like the thing to break doors down in Build 41. It had a really high bonus to its ability to break doors. And it was fairly, considering what you were trying to do, it was fairly endurance efficient. And so as a result, like I used to keep one in my bag once I got, you know, enough strength where like the military pack used to always keep one with me for it's like, oh, time to go through this door. And you could smash through it without even getting too exerted. Wondering if the residential key will open the garage up? I tried. Unfortunately, I believe the way the keys work is the key will be built for this building, and that's considered a separate building. But if you have an attached garage, it will work. Was the RTS you played PvP a lot called Sacrifice from 2000? I don't know that one. Garage are separate structure. You can get shot stealing from your own garage. Shot by what? Are you talking mod territory? Because mod territory is irrelevant here. But they are a separate structure. You're not wrong. Yeah, I was like, shot by what? You're stuck in your 1 week mod? Yeah. Alright, come on, get that muscle strain out of here. Oh yeah, there's tons of games that get overlooked. I wouldn't be using the crowbar to do this, except there's a lot of opportunities for, like, these are where you tend to find a lot of your tools and all that. This one is not a winner. This is where we find our tools the most often, so that specifically is a good place for me to go, being like, alright, can you not pry it? No. There's probably mods that do that, but base game, no. There's no pry, force lock, anything like that. That door is closed. I don't have the key for it. Get smashing. I mean, if you have a sledgehammer, you can right-click, like, destroy, but I don't have that. Alright, so pretty soon I get to stop dealing with these buildings. Alright, chat, we're about to hit an ad break, and I need to use the restroom real fast. So I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a little bit. Yeah, the common sense. Right. Don't get me wrong, common sense hits realism. But, like, also, game balance-wise, it gets a little weird and all that. Alright, I'll be back in just a little bit, and thank you again for tuning in. Yeah, exactly. It makes some things just too easy. You can just go through and just pop everything, because the game's not balanced around it. Even though it is more realistic. Alright, well, I'm going to do that. So see y'all in just a couple minutes. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with our performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, and if after 98%. No, those are all good. Alright, whatever. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Well, that's not what you want. I heard it as like, where is it? That's gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us a lot, because I was at speed. I heard the noise, I was like, what? And I switched the camera out. Oh, yeah, that is a bad hit. Well, I'm glad we have our suit upgrades. That is a real bad hit. This is gonna be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Reverse kill box, question mark? No, because they're just gonna come in from the side. I do not have a good position to do anything. I didn't even see them drop over here. That is so many. And they are all rocking guns. I want a stack of corn. Raw corn in the mouth. That's what I want. No judgment. Or maybe a little judgment. I'm about to go. Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. Could you not bang in that door? I would like you to keep. I want the door. Stop hitting the door. I want the door. Thank you. Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. Perhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Ooh. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? Is there something I don't care about I could just toss in front? Hurry, 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 hurry. Aha! I have shields! Okay, sorry about taking an extra minute there. Had to answer a question real fast that was being asked. Alright, so we're playing a game. It's Project Zomboid. There's game mechanics, and yeah, sure. Okay. Right, we just killed those zombies. I couldn't remember where we left off. Did I already loot this place? This place feels already looted. Why does this place feel like I've already looted it? Yeah. Oh yeah, the Emerald Eruption, yes, it's Hydroneer. Fun game. Real janky physics. Whether or not I already looted it, we did go in there, and that room is disappointment of immeasurable quantities, and my day is ruined. So thank you, little pinkish red house. Thank you for not being locked. Ooh, a second crowbar. Okay. This is Echo Creek? Yep. We're gonna have the whole city cleared up pretty soon. We'll throw you in there, because I can't afford the carry weight. Kill you, because you might just give me a key and make my life easy. I'm still curious, the one zombie gave me a car key, and there were no cars anywhere nearby. So I'm very curious about where that is. Alright, so that I think is the church. Hey, Salford Sal, thank you so much for the raid. I believe I saw you were playing Timberborn today, right? It was either today or yesterday. But how was your stream? How did it go? For those who don't know, Salford Sal, absolutely fantastic content creator. Oh, hey, Ultra. Good to see you as well. But yeah, so definitely check out Salford Sal. Plays a lot of really fun games that we also play. Has played like Oxygen Not Included. Where Don't Let Anyone Convince You Otherwise definitely eats the pips. But and all that good stuff. Oh, you're here earlier yelling about the Incredible Machine. You missed it. I'm sorry. I did miss it. My apologies, Ultra. The Incredible Machine was amazing. It's too far back. I can't find it. It's in the abyss. Isn't today and yesterday the same day? A lot of times when you're playing game? Yeah. You complete the challenge on the Terraces map. Nice. Yeah, for those who don't know Salford Sal, before I forget what we had in that shout out. Salford Sal does play a lot of similar games to us, does like Timberborn, has done like Oxygen Not Included, has done Going Medieval, a whole range of those kind of games. But the one thing that usually stands out for Salford Sal's content that always impresses me is Salford Sal will set out to do a challenge of some type. Goes, you know, I just want to build like the entire portion of Timberborn, make it all like part of a reservoir or whatever. And we'll set out to do it. And we'll actually get it done, which impresses me a lot because that's one, it's a heck of a lot of work. And like two, like manages to keep the content very engaging and very interesting, which is honestly really difficult to do when you're talking the macro scale of some of those projects. And so I very genuinely mean like very entertaining and all that. Because I cannot carry my chat that long. I definitely get to the point where it's like, no, please stick with it. But Sal always keeps this stuff interesting. Oh yeah, Product Zomboid. Yep, we're doing a lot less sweaty settings at the moment. I'm taking a little break from my 16 times pop. That character is still alive. But before I get into that, you should also check out Ultrasaurus, who is another fantastic content creator, friend of the channel and all that stuff. For the record, both of them are friends of the channel. But friends of the channel and all that. But plays a lot of similar games to us with like Farming Simulator, plays a lot of Project Zomboid. A lot of good times over there. Been playing some Product Zomboid, some Civ 7, a whole bunch of goodies. What was, I didn't see Farm, oh yeah, no, you did do Farm Sim the other day, because you were doing the Manitoba farmer, Robo Milker, was hanging out on your channel, answering all of people's questions about dairy cows and all that. Which is fun that you learn so many things that just I would not have expected. They're all things that you're like, oh, that makes sense. Wouldn't imagine. Do you not like the damage mod to find out when your hits are getting weaker? I don't really need it. To be clear, I have I have about 4,000 hours in Product Zomboid. So like I've played this game for a very long time. Not feeling this place with the door missing. That's a better one. But go ahead and close you. But yeah, so very much I've got a lot of playtime in this game. I actually used to hold a world record in Product Zomboid. You're in the mood for moodles? Wait, what's that? Moodles are these. These are moodles. The little things up in the corner that are like, hey, you're exerted and all that. But yeah, so I used to hold a world record and everything on the game and everything. And Hazel Adams on a 10 stream streak. But anyways, check out Ultrasource, another fantastic content creator. Lots of good stuff going on there as well. So absolutely hang out with them as well. Like I said, doing Product Zomboid. But yeah, for those who missed what's going on, so my 16 times pop character is still alive, still kicking, still fine. What I've been running into is I have been finding that to sustain continuing to do my character at 16 times pop, I'm basically having to spend about 1/4 of my time just crafting weapons. Just because of like all the different changes to how weapon crafting is, it is just slower than it used to be. There's more steps involved and all that. And I'm quickly finding it's like, you know what? I'm not really having fun with it. That it's just a whole lot of me watching bars fill up over my head as I fast forward. Have you seen Astronomics? I played Astronomics on the channel. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Played that a couple days ago. Just this past week. It good. Alright, so we'll eat half of a candy bar. But yeah, so it's getting to the point where it's just like the sheer amount of time I was spending just fast forwarding the game while weapon after weapon after weapon crafted. I was like, you know what? I'm not enjoying the game. Like this is actively not fun. Like you've always had to do that babysitting crafting your stuff. That's always been a part of Product Zomboid on 16 times pop. But just the amount of it. Like, we sat down and we did kind of a rough, like, napkin math kind of thing. And I was spending about 1/4 of my time crafting weapons on build 42 for fighting 16 times pop. Whereas on build 41, I would spend somewhere in the ballpark about 1 or 2 days every, like, 3 in-game weeks. So 2-3 days a week versus 1 or 2 days every 3 weeks. And that gives you a deal on just how much weapon crafting I've had to do. This character's goal is to clear the map. We have dropped down to mostly the default zombie apocalypse settings, and we are just rampaging the map. Then we're going to go from location to location, wiping them out. I have been looting pretty heavily. That is going to definitely stop over time, where what I'll instead do is once I can get either the police bull driver or the fire department bull driver with the sirens, I'll end up driving into town, killing all the zombies we see, and then blaring the sirens on the way out to aggro everything inside the houses to draw them out as best we can. I'll have to still go in and clean up. But you get the idea of I'm not going to spend nearly as much time clearing each individual building because I will draw most of the zombies out to me. And we'll keep doing that till we stop seeing zombies. So when I say clear the map, just to clarify, I do not mean every single zombie on the entire map will be dead. I'm not going to go schlepping into the woods looking for that last zombie we're not even sure exists. I have the car key for you? Where did I get the car key for you? Was that zombie I killed like 2 blocks ago that gave me a key? And I'm like, I don't know what this key, like where the vehicle is for this key. Alright, that's fine. So we can go here and put our tire marker there. And a key marker to let me know that I have the key for that car, but it doesn't have gas. Alright. Okay, so we definitely have zombies in the church itself. You hear them banging around over there. Oh, that's cute. The priest keeps a diary. No shame, like genuinely no shame there. Alright, so not really looking like much in there. Hey Sky, how's it going? I was expecting the church to be busier. I'm so used to 16 times pop that I go to these places like expecting to be in for a war, and then you just stroll and knock it down and you're like, oh, okay. Where? Oh. That kind of sucks. I'll deal with you in a minute. Sounds like a zombie over here. Okay, so that's back to like the common room or whatever. Hey, Sky Smasher. Alright. You're gonna be dark, aren't you? Oh no, you got windows on this side. Whoa, fresh taco shell? We're eating that right now. I'm surprised that's still fresh. Okay. But yeah, so I'm basically taking a break from 16 times pop until we see like what balances changes they make to the crafted weapons and all that. It's just kind of one of those things that... Alright, this should be okay. Yeah, danger was over there. I just figured if I jumped over that spot, there's a chance he'd get up before I could move. I mean, I could have always just run and jumped over the side, but yeah. Alright. Oh, I forgot about that. Hey, if you want to see something fun and ridiculous, anytime you have a bench like this and a place you can vault over it, your character will always trip. But they don't get hurt. It's just a weird thing the way it mechanically works. You can do that. There's a hospital in Louisville that like all the stuff there. Now, let's kill you. And that's everything down on this side of town. We should be right about time for the helicopter. And right now I've got my stockpile of stuff in the same place that everyone stockpiles stuff in this town because it's just really too good of a building to pass up. But I don't intend on keeping a long-term base in any of these areas, at least not planned. Okay, so we can go here, symbols, we've looted that, sorry, we've been in that and cleared that building, and we've looted it. Alright. And I did make the mistake in that I forgot to change the peaked pop. Because, like, when I say this is apocalypse settings, it's pretty much on the nose, we just got rid of the respawns. So the zombies are spawning into existence for the first 28 days. It is just the life we live. But yeah. Yeah, no, the gas station really is just like, hey man, I heard you needed a base. What if I, like, aligned the stars to give you just an amazing base location? It's like, okay, I understand. Alright. So let's go ahead and turn on our radio. Alright, we'll get our pickup. So this means the entire west half is sorted, not counting the spawns. Which if we clear the entire town in the under the 28 days, what I'll probably do is move on to the next town, let everything spawn in, and then circle back and clean it out again. Alright, no helicopter today. I was actually really expecting there to be a helicopter today. Oh, and yeah, we had the premium generator magazine and all that sorted out by day 2. Don't worry about it. Can't remember if we had the I can't remember if we had the hiking... Oh, no, we had the little hiking backpack by that point. The big hiking backpack, I think we got later. Yeah, this is what we're using as our base right now. It's just... It's a gas station that has, like, everything you could possibly need. It's just one of those things that it's like, okay, it's just designed to be a base. We can keep you there. I'll grab one of the hacksaws out of there. We don't need them both. Grab the wood saw there. We can keep that. Keep those. Grab the butter. Grab all of this food. Yeah, having interior staircase would be nice. Yes, I agree. So you don't have to like run outside and around to deal with it. But like having your own like little garage here that you can keep all your tools in and extra storage in the back already set up and all that is pretty snazzy. So that's a spare, so you can drop you off. That's a spare, so drop you off. Keep the other weapons with us. But like some of the settings I changed, like it did start with, I did deliberately go in and change the settings to start with the power off and the water off, which is what was comical. I'm like, all right, you know, it's not that big of a change, but it's like, we'll start with the power and water off and make it a little bit harder because I'll have to deal with that. And then just immediately, like 2-3, is one of the trailers at the beginning, we got the generator magazine, and then I checked the building over there just to the east of us, and we had like the premium generator. It's like, all right, I guess we'll just be handed the victory on this one. RNG just is that way sometimes. Oh, and we're horribly overweight because I kept eating all the delicious food that makes you fatter, even though we were already overweight. So like we found 2 full pizzas, so we did just eat them immediately because they would be the last pizzas this world ever saw, and they were going to go in my gullet, and that's just the way it's going to be. Is it possible to build something? You can build your own buildings from scratch. That is a totally doable thing. Oh, we're living on the hot dog and hamburger bun life for a little bit. You read that it's best to turn the nutrition option off. There are a lot of people doing it. you'll have a lot of people yelling that, like, oh my god, the calories are so unreasonable now, so far as, like, the burning of them. It's honestly very close to the same it was in Build 41. The problem is there's a lot of things that should be high calories that used to be, that while they were reworking, they kind of broke to not be high calories. So like butchering animals, you get very low calories out of the meat. So you can literally die of malnutrition while eating butchered animals. And it kind of forces you to fish and or like to go fish and or make butter. And so it is worth considering turning it off if that's going to bother you, because buttering and milking the cows and churning butter is very slow. So it's very time consuming. Fishing I actually enjoy. I think the fishing's wonderful. It's also super overpowered right now. Let's see. Your new product, Zomboid, somehow it always seems to you be to carry too much weight. Would you advise someone new to the game to manage it? Don't pick up, like, it sounds like a thing, but don't pick up as much, is what it just boils down to. Early on, you don't know what you need and don't need, but being overburdened is really bad. Right now, we're kind of stuck with it because I am doing a character that is, that has, like, no strength to start and all that. And as a result of that, I'm dealing with minimal carry weight. Another thing that can help as well for your carry weight is don't take a low strength character. Strength is your primary determiner of how much you can carry. Let's drop the wooden mallet for now. But yeah, no, we saw the pizzas. We found 2 large pizzas in some of the trailers. And normally when I'm doing 16 times pop, we never see a pizza. Like, and if we do, it's gonna be so far past rotten because of how long it took us to get there. It's not even worth mentioning. So finding multiple, like, good pizzas are like, no, we're eating these as soon as we can. And we did, like, warm them up with our generator and all that. And just are like, yep. Do I need the weight? Nope. Are we eating this whole pizza in one sitting? Yes, we are. Oh, yes, we are. Oh, is our shirt too... I'm very happy with the shirt we found. It's a little bloody, so it's hard to make out. It is a wolf howling at the moon. Yes, it is what we're rocking for the whole game. It's the 90s. Get on board. Hey Bambi, how's it going? Yes, like right now, if I kill that deer and I butcher it, you just don't get enough calories out of it. We could, to give you an idea, we killed, it was something like 3 or, oh no, the one that stood out. We killed 4 adult pigs, like really just full big pigs. Butchered them all, and we were losing weight, even after that. Now granted, it has been buffed since then, and it's supposed to be a bit better. Oh good, trash can rice. Heck yeah, man. Let's take that from the downstairs before we walk into the pitch black abyss room without knowing what we're getting ourselves into. Watch it be locked. Don't do this to me. Why I gotta be this way, man? All right, we're walking into the abyss room from the top, not knowing what we're going into. Cool. I love going into rooms where I won't be able to see down the stairs to see if there's like 50 zombies down there. Probably not. There's probably maybe one or two. But yeah, sorry, if there was a question about, like, if you're new to the game, like, what should you, there's ground floor access? Oh, there is! You're right! Right. I overlooked it. Yeah, there was a question about being, like, when you're new to the game, like, advice. The first thing I'd recommend new players, don't even worry about living for a long time when you first start out. Just ignore that as a possibility. Go find the first weapon you can, go find a zombie, and start thwacking it in the head with it. And then do that until you can start a fight with a zombie and walk away reliably without getting hurt. Because in Project Zomboid, any injury can be fatal. And then once you're able to do that with groups of like 2-3 zombies, then start worrying about trying to survive for more than 30 seconds. Well, they have screwdrivers. We'll grab... Nah, I won't even worry about the tarp. You know what? I lied. I'm gonna grab that tarp. Because I could turn a tarp into a tent later in a pinch. You found all this good stuff and no crowbar? I mean, I already have 2 crowbars on me. I have an unethical amount of crowbars, considering how brutal it is to find crowbars in this version. I don't think I want anything in that bag. But yeah, so generally speaking, basically get the very basics of combat down before you worry about any long-term survival. Because sooner or later, you're going to get into a situation where you have to fight. You might be able to delay it a long time, but you will reach a point where you will have to fight. And if you've deliberately avoided combat that whole time, you're not going to be very good at it. Guns unlimited now? We'll see. We gotta finish clearing the rest of the town still. I haven't actually thought of where my next target is, to be entirely fair. Guns Unlimited is a reasonable next target, though. This run feels so empty at normal pop. Yeah, to be fair, on day 28 we will hit the peak, which should be a decent bump up from where we're at now. But yeah, regular apocalypse when you're in a very low pop area, it's pretty quiet. It's gonna be logs and planks. Yup. All right, goals to the run: clear all the towns and points of interest towns. We'll just get as far as we can with all that before, before I'm just like, I can't take it anymore. Before it stops being interesting, is I guess the way I'll phrase it. How does Peepok work? They just add more zombies in areas you haven't visited. So I don't remember the rules about spawn, because in Project Zomboid there's spawn and respawn, and those are 2 separate and different mechanics with their own rules. And I know respawn pretty well. Spawn, not so much. I know spawn, they cannot spawn in buildings that you have done anything to modify. But I really don't know the rules past that point. Yeah, so just to be clear, and this is one of the reasons why I show the entire map. So like right here is Echo Creek. Muldrow is there. You can literally drive from there to here and fight and loot everything along the way. So like it's Muldrow, West Point, Riverside, Echo Creek, Rosewood. You feel like zombies, stomping zombies is the best of the game? Is there a problem? I don't feel it's a problem necessarily. It's I want to level up my weapon skills, and I only level up my weapon skills if I use weapons. So I'm giving up a little bit of like endurance efficiency and all that kind of stuff in favor of continuing to level up my weapons. The next piece of advice I'd give you as my second piece of advice for new players playing Product Zomboid is slow down. And I mean in every single possible way you can imagine. One of the mistakes a lot of new players will make is pretend this is our starting house. And actually, let me throw out this mayo container real fast. And so what they'll do is they'll run around and they'll loot that cabinet, then they'll run over here, and they'll run outside, and they'll run around the corner, and then they'll run in this place, and then they'll loot this area, then they'll run outside, and they'll run in the next place, and they'll loot the next place, and then they'll get that area, and they'll run outside, and pretending these are multiple houses. And if you look at that, if you look right up here, on my mod right here that shows our endurance, we were at full endurance. And I only jogged from there to here, to here, to here. And again, this is a low fitness character. I have already gotten myself halfway to out of breath. I've only jogged just those tiny little steps. And are already halfway to out of breath. And for those who don't know, the out of breath moodle is a 50% damage reduction. That's 50 damage percent reduction. We're not talking it's a little teeny tiny nudgy nudge. It is a massive bombarded from orbit damage penalty. So when I'm talking about taking your time, you'll notice I walk everywhere. The only times you'll normally see me jogging is one, if an area has just been so clear and I'm just trying to get a little bit of jogging XP just over time. Or two, if I'm doing the helicopter event and I'm just trying to like get ahead of where I'm gonna get intercepted by a zombie or whatever. Yeah, I got a couple of UI mods, but that's basically it for mods. But yeah, so very genuinely think about that as you're jogging, as you're effectively deleting the amount of time you can fight, and instead turning that into a minor bit of impatience. And it is one of those things that, like, what'll happen is you'll get to that third house, and you'll run in there, there'll be, like, 3 zombies, you'll be like, alright, I can fight, you'll hit the first one, and your character goes out of breath. You take the half damage penalty, and then you start hitting it again, and then, you know, your next penalty shows up. And the penalties do stack. So, like, being drowsy is a 50% damage penalty. It does stack with being exerted at, or the, out of breath. Alright, cool. It's full of sofas. You do kind of wish there's an early warning moodle for tired and exerted? Yeah, I agree. I do think it'd be nice if we had something like winded or something like that for out of breath. That's like, you know, it's the penalties haven't kicked in yet, but it is like that shot across the bow where it's like you're about to start getting your penalty. So if you're trying to be more efficient, you know it's time to like back off. But yeah, so like I said, slow down in every form. Pull zombies in smaller groups. You don't need the generator. Like this run, I have the generator almost immediately, so this is... You burnt a potato. How dare you. It's like normally in runs, because I play on sweaty tryhard settings most of the time, I won't even have my generator up until like month 3, 4, 5, or 6. Of the 2 big runs we've done since Build 42 dropped, I've got one that's alive with about 15,000 zombies killed on 16 times pop. We were probably 2-3 months in before we got the generator set up, and that was actually pretty good turnaround on that. No, was it more than that? It's probably more than that, either way. And then the run before that, we were at about 6 months. We were well into winter, and I don't think we had a generator set up on that save yet. Use fences to your advantage. I actually would not give that as new player advice. I would actually recommend against messing with fences. Fences can be a very useful tool and a powerful thing, but they're also a thing that can get you killed real easy. Like, I personally do not use fences very much. There's just a lot of ways they can go wrong. And yeah, you get to do a little bit of damage. Like, you can use the fences to slow down the zombies, that's certainly a thing. What's the musical instruments in game? They're weapons. Really bad weapons. Fresh jar of cabbage. Rest that's all junk. Okay, I mean, we heard a window shatter. It's probably upstairs. That window. There's a zombie in there. I don't know why the zombie randomly decided that window had to go, but it did decide that. Okay, just a house key, don't care about that. Let's see, any tips for how to handle zombies behind doors? You find it so hard to attack mode and open the door at the same time? Oh, you just hold the mouse button up here, so I'm holding right click, and you can just hit the E button. That's not where my mouse is. You can just hit E. So just hold your weapon up and you hit E. Rather than a Steam Deck? Oh, I mean, real gamers don't use a Steam Deck. No, I'm teasing. Can't answer that. I guess, like, that's probably one of those things where it's like Project Zomboid just not well designed for Steam Deck, which is fair. It's like, you can play Project Zomboid on controller, that is a thing. And generally it does pretty okay on most things, but there's definitely a couple things it doesn't do super well. Inventory management is usually one of the big pain ones. A kitty key ring. I don't know. I still think I'm keeping my lucky rabbit's foot. A rabbit died to give me that lucky rabbit's foot. The least I can do is actually put it to use. That's all gonna be rotten. Let's see, is there a smoker mod because of annoying having to pull out smoke so often? Like auto smoke? There probably is. I mean, but as the alternative, maybe just don't take smoker. I know there's people who still are like, but it's free points. Like, nah man, it is an obnoxious trait. I think it's a perfectly fine trait. But there's a lot of those traits where it's like, what is this trait? Maintenance. What is it? Maintenance. Like, high thirst is very, very manageable. But it's just another thing you gotta be like, alright, well, I gotta maintain this. Just like smoking in real life? Yep. Hey, strength 2. It's nice when you're always slightly over half, like that when you're over... Oh. I should try opening it first. Okay, now we break it down. Alright. I would skip the garages, but the garages are where I'm gonna find most of my weapons. If we had an axe, this would be... Hey. You wouldn't happen to have a key, would you? Probably not, but I'm still gonna hope you do. Nope. Stop shoving him and just keep stabbing him. Because both this weapon and my other side weapon are almost broken. So I want to break him so I'm not carrying him anymore. Oh yeah, look at that muscle strain just stack. Character's straight up hating existence right now. Alright, so let's have ourselves a nice little seat right here. Break out our book so we can read about farming. Even though I'll probably never do this on this run because I personally feel the real time, like the real life farming times is not a reasonable thing. Turns out stabbing someone 24 times is hard work. Who knew? Yeah. Surprised it's so bright in this place still. There's definitely no power anymore. Alright, get another couple seconds for the muscle fatigue to go away. Put away our book. Have ourselves a little sippy sip. Oh. Our hot dog buns are getting stale. We're just gonna eat hot dog buns of sadness. Just eating dry hot dog buns. Alright, back to breaking and entering. Okay. Hey, and another generator, and more fishing equipment. And 2 tire irons, and a backup battery, and an electrical book, and a wrench. And a box of batteries. Alright, I can't carry it all. Also, put the battery back here for right now. Give me the wrench. Okay, so in this case, mark you with an X. We got all the goodies out of there. We did clear both buildings. There is a generator in here. And heavy duty battery and box of batteries. Cool. And I think I parked up here, didn't I? Start a new run. Didn't die. Just kind of the amount of crafting I'm having to do just to maintain weapons is honestly kind of ruining the game for me. It's just too much tedium. The Like, the fighting zombies part is fine, but spending every third or fourth day just grinding weapon crafting, I'm getting real tired of. And to be fair, I'm just expecting what'll happen is they'll end up doing their balance pass, and it'll probably be much nicer. Usually mod that a little? Yeah. I am trying to stick at roughly default settings. That way, as I give feedback to IndieStone, I can be like, hey, here is how I'm experiencing your game on your default settings. Because while a lot of people will certainly be like, yeah, you can solve that by using your sandbox settings. You're not wrong. That is a correct statement. But I am someone who 100% believes for the game to continue to be in a healthy place with new players starting into it, those default settings, they need to be good. Because if they're not fun to get into, then we stop getting new players, and, well, eventually we stop getting updates. How many generators are in this place? Like, don't get me wrong, on the 16 times pop versus that, it's the same settings. A tool roll doesn't have anything I care about, doesn't have anything I care about. A propane lantern bottle, that's fine. Alright, so mark that as having another generator. But yeah, so it is a thing that I'm deliberately trying to stick on default settings mostly. Yeah, so here, let me help you with that one, Mana. So, this is a video game, and if your crowbar did last a realistic amount of time, you'd loot a crowbar, and then you'd stare out in the middle distance and go, but I've won, I never need a new weapon. What do I do now? It's done. And then you shut off the game because you're bored. Because loot stopped mattering. Yep, game balance. You know, then why are you complaining about it? But make it so heavy you can't use it? Why not just leave it the way it is? I mean, I feel like the crowbar is a really good weapon as it is. Like, right now in the game, crowbar is a very desirable weapon. Alright. We'll do the symbols, do this. Drop you down. Or generate a mark above it. I mean, higher levels, you're getting like 1,200 kills per crowbar. Oh yeah, crowbar is like ridiculously good. You're a real big fan of realism? You're not gonna be happy in this channel. Hey chat, how do I feel about realism? I am someone who, when it comes to the considerations of realism and all that, it's like, fun is number one. Beyond literally anything else, fun is number one. Then you got game balance. Well, sorry, it's fun, then gameplay, then game balance, then the color of the graphics and the audio quality. Then the game story, then you have, like, did or did they not use, like, tech I don't want them using, like generative AI. You have, does it feature a cat? Can you pet the cat? Is there a dog? Can you pet the dog? Do they have anything fun, like a reference to Tamagotchi? And then somewhere after all of that is where I might consider realism as important. Like literally as low as I can put it on the list, it's down there. Like, genuinely, my argument is realism has ruined more Survivor Crafter games than any other choice that those games have made. But they're just like, no, it must be realistic. Like, can it not? It's okay. Alright, so we got our fanny pack. Yeah, that's usually the thing I'll bring up. It's like, oh, here, let me go ahead and make you the most realistic zombie game ever. There's no zombies. Congratulations, the most realistic zombie game ever. Which, of course, the response is, well, I mean, for a game that has zombies, I'm like, right, but we're already getting down the weeds of being like, okay, but let's just say, but not this, but not that. I don't know. Good thing that realism cares more about realism than you do. So, for the record, I don't think that realism is an inherently bad thing for a game to have. For the record. It's just, out of priorities, realism should come after game balance, gameplay, all that kind of stuff. Let's see, CDDA went through a realism problem where they had to fork it because of all the infighting. Oh, yeah. Let's see, you do like having relative realism crafting, but it doesn't need to be a one-to-one scale crafting realism stuff. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, you gotta keep realism in check with balance. Exactly. Like, that's the thing. A game being realistic in itself isn't a problem. It's when you start compromising the other stuff of the game because of realism. Like the classic where people complain that it's like, oh, but there's not enough guns. This is Kentucky. Every other house would have, you know, a couple thousand rounds. Like, sure. But then literally just delete all your other weapons. You're just going to use the guns because you're going to have your arsenal everywhere. So you have to give up realism for the game to be fun. Because, like, I'll also give the comparison of if you want, like, a truly realistic first-person shooter, usually a lot of people will bring up Escape from Tarkov. That is a fairly realistic first-person shooter. And it's like, okay, but if it was actual realism, you'd get winged by a shotgun, and your character would black out in pain, come to a little while later, start trying to drag themselves across the ground, black out in pain again, screaming, and, you know, after the third or fourth time, maybe you could start making some motion, and then over the course of 2 or 3 real-life hours, drag yourself to the edge of the map. And then you'd be disallowed from playing that character for the next 3 weeks to like a month or 2 while they're in recovery. And then there'd be a random chance that they still just die of infection. Just plain old boring bacterial infection. And or their injury that they sustained would be permanent and they would not be able to ever fight again. You're describing me trying to wake up today? That's no fun. Can I get a shout out for Penny Meow? Or you just bled out? Yeah, but that's the thing. That's actual realism versus, you know, video game. You get winged by a shotgun, your character just goes, "Urgh!" And you know, you just stick yourself with a thing of morphine and put a little band-aid on it. And you know, yeah, your character's not doing so good, but you can keep on playing. But yeah, so check out Penny Meow and our fantastic content creator on the platform. Absolutely excellent. Also been playing Product Zomboid among other games, so definitely good times over there. Occasionally breaks out the retro game and all that sort of good stuff as well. Getting all the fun people in here tonight. But it's good to see everyone. But yeah, so very genuinely, like, the realism. Like, for example, we play Farm Sim on the channel. I would say Farm Sim is among the most realistic simulation games for farming. But at the same time, they don't make farming, you know, like whatever is like an 80-hectare field. They don't make it take you literal in-game hours to go back and forth. They don't make you get out of the vehicle, go back to where the tractor is, you know, put it up into position, latch it in, do all that sort of stuff.
Thank you, Penny Meowdy, for subscribing for 4 months. See, I'm not properly awake. It took me ads to realize my sub ran out Rual fine.
It happens. And thank you for the tier 1 sub, Penny Meow. That's 4 months been sub to channel. I really do appreciate it. Means a heck of a lot, so thanks so much for that. Let's see. Oh, you just got to continue a convenient follow-up pop-up button in the chat from the shout. Is that new? Oh, yeah. No, that's, so when we do the shout-out, that's been a thing for a little while. That when we do a shout-out, it will pop up a thing on the top of the screen that's like, you know, Rual Storge is shouting out name, little heart to follow and all that. That's been a year-ish or so. Year and a half that's been around or something. As long as I use the actual, like, backslash shout and not the exclamation mark thing. Because the exclamation mark thing is usually whomever's individual bot, where the backslash shout out is like the shout out. That uses the thing you just saw. Alright, we're gonna eat ourselves another stale thing. But yeah. So the point being is we always compromise the realism for making the game fun. So like if you want an argument I would make about a place that right now Project Zomboid is doing something realistic that's really bad, the real life durations of time to grow crops to me is just silly. Because even for someone who does genuinely survive lengths of times that can be appropriate, I'm never doing it. Like, I'll do it once to be like, hey, look, I grew the thing, and then I'm never doing it again. Because it is just an obnoxiously laborious way to accomplish something I can solve other ways. Let's see, I have a Zomboid question. Is it true your car can keep running fine after the tires pop? So, fine would be relative. Depending on which tire pops, you can still drive it. It just might have difficulty turning or might have difficulty traction. You can have it, though, depending on the terrain and all that, where your tire pops and you just don't have enough power behind it to keep it going, because it also depends on like the car. So like the bull driver, you can lose a tire and you're probably able to keep it going. Again, depending on which tire goes. I didn't loot that back building. Let's go ahead. Did I loot that building? I don't remember now. I feel like, oh, it was a barn. Yay, I didn't loot it. We should check it out because it might have the back cabinets in there. Towing a car with no tires is interesting. Sometimes they go super easy and they'll just glide, and other times it just digs in and does not want to move. Alright, there's nothing I'm going to care about in there. So you're having a good run, and you lost your cool trying to fix a tire when it was at 20%. And chat told me you could have let the tire pop and face no consequence. Well, chat's wrong on the no consequences. Chat's wrong on the no consequences. Like I said, it depends on which of your 4 tires go, on how much it is manageable, and what vehicle you're in. It also can depend on stuff like the state of your other tires, because, for example, if a bunch of your tires are in bad shape and all that, you're going to have more friction, which will affect your car's driving. And so there's a lot that goes into that. You can sometimes get away with it. I'm still going to typically replace the tires. You might be able to get away with 3 tires on a gravel road. You don't want to do a dirt road. Yeah, it's one of those things like, can you? It's like, eh. But yeah. It is one thing that if you ever find yourself in danger or whatever, it's just walk away from the car. Like, it is one of those lessons that's hard to learn for a lot of people. It's just like, oh, my base is getting hit by the zombies. Okay, just leave your base. Just abandon base, come back later. Oh, your car is getting a bunch of zombies. Just ditch the car. Cut your losses. Because if you survive, you can come back the next day and fight your way back to recover whatever it is you lost. And it is an easy thing to get focused and not want to leave something behind. I'm just gonna go on the expectation of us having a helicopter today. And I think with the population settings we're on, I'm gonna take it the way we did on our other save. Which is basically, I went to a central area and just kept drawing the zombies to that same central place again and again. Honestly, this is probably pretty good, actually. Why go far? It's right here. Big field. Let's see, you tried to access a garage building hoping to find a jack even though your character was tired. Oh, yeah. No, it's, yeah, when things start going off balance because you're tired and all that, yeah, it's easy for things to snowball and get out of control. Hey, air activity detected. It was pretty much guaranteed today. We hit kind of the tail end of how late it can show up. For the first one. Alright. Default settings in Project Zomboid is so weird. I'm so used to 16 times pop and just rolling around and be like, yup, knocking them all out. And we're about a third of the way from peak pop, at which point, hopefully, we'll have that all sorted. I am assuming it's working the same way that Respawn does. Hey, Long Blunt 1, good to see you. I sworn I heard another one. Since you're still getting used to fighting zombies, do you think it's smarter to wait to use good weapons like axe or katanas? Oh, no. Use them when you get them. Use them when you get them. Yeah, people disagree with that. If you wait to use it, you just won't get to use it. Because you'll die before you use it. So I'm very in team. You got that weapon? Get it out. Have fun. Where are you? There's a chicken ranch to the east. You've been trying to clear it out with the helicopter because it's overloaded with zombies. You try to pull them to the adjacent field, and they just won't leave. Is that game mechanic protecting the ranch or chickens so loud? So the zombies won't go to the animals by default. But there is a setting you can turn on that the zombies will be attracted to the animals. They will never attack them. The zombies just don't care about the animals. All right. Okay. It's actually working out relatively well because I can kill a couple of zombies, rest for a minute so I'm not extending myself much. Because for those who don't know why I'm using the whistle, your yell range is pretty close to the edge of the screen. The whistle has like double that range. So if there's a zombie anywhere nearby, I think. You gotta use what weapon you have in hand anyways? Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a little sad to not get the full mileage out of it. But it's kind of one of those things. You can use the weapon to help you get to surviving the long time, or you will just not get to use it because you kind of like tried to focus on like min-maxing your weapons and all that when you could have used a good weapon to help you out in the early game when you needed it the most. I used to try and hold on to them, but it's just the number of times I held on to a katana and it just sat there and just didn't get used because, you know, eventually you get got. When I was especially like fairly new to the game, that I kind of just accept as like, you know what, this thing's amazing. Go out, have some fun. Alright, let's get you killed. Blow the whistle a couple more times, sit down, have ourselves a read. You haven't found a katana yet? I haven't found a katana since build 42. For those who don't know, certain weapons cannot be found on zombies until a certain number of days after the apocalypse has started. And I say that versus survived, like how long you've survived, because there's a bit of nuance there. You can technically start later and have the more options. But I don't know what it is now, but it used to be, I think, 60 days for a katana could spawn. So you'd have to have a character that survived till 60 days after the start just to be eligible for it to show up on zombies. But one of the big things they did is they actually nerfed zombie loot. Okay, so 7:18. The helicopter has arrived. So locations, boom. First, helicopter 07/18/93. I did dashes when I said slashes, but that's fine. Meanwhile, we could use a little nibble. So let's go ahead and nibble on some stale hot dog buns. You didn't see a broken katana in a zombie? I didn't realize they could do that. Yeah, but one of the things is where they've massively nerfed the amount of weapons you find in zombies. So it is one of those things I think is just a byproduct of that. That we just aren't seeing katanas anymore. Man, Apocalypse is wild. We're standing just outside the edge of town. And I've seen one zombie go by as they're reading a book during a helicopter. It's finished past 1, it's starting past 2. Oh, right, I don't have outdoors anymore. Yeah, no, this is, So when we were playing this on 16 times pop, literally you'd spawn, you'd get bullied out of town. There's too many zombies to do anything. Alright, well we just casually finished reading a book while the helicopter did helicopter things. Alright, let's go ahead and bring some more zombies to me again. Where's my whistle? Oh, I still have it on. All right. Yeah, no, without outdoorsy, I actually am in danger of catching a cold. I honestly don't care. Even if we're making lots of noise, it's not going to be that big a deal. As fast as we're clearing out here and the low zombie density as we're dealing with, in some ways the cold would be kind of welcome from the standpoint of constantly broadcasting our position so we can fight more zombies easier. The negatives that it does otherwise would suck, and normally you really don't want that. Cold is actually low-key one of the worst moodles just because if you're not in a safe place, it's a real bad time. Oh, I guess I also have the river to my west. I didn't think about that. Or the creek or whatever. That definitely is contributing to the lack of zombies reaching us. Let's go walk over to the river's edge and see if I just have, like, a big group of zombies just chilling on the other side or something. Because often they'll get stuck on the edge there. No, I'm not seeing any, actually. Never mind. Go ahead and drink some unsafe water. That's fine. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, slightly different than 16 times pop gameplay. Yeah, no, 16 times pop, I'm doing the thing where I'm like maneuvering through the armies of zombies, just trying to not get caught till it goes away, and then walking away.
Hey. Hey.
There we go. I got a couple more down here. Another one down there. And for the record, once we get to the busier place, we'll get some, like, real fights going on. Like, places like March Ridge and Irvington, Louisville, to a lesser degree, West Point. A lot of the points of interest, like the military checkpoint, the military base, all that. Those will still be real spicy. We'll have to do, like, proper fighting. But, at the moment, we're not in those places. We're in a very, like, arguably the quietest start. Nah, I don't even think it's arguable. I think it just is the quietest starting town, so you know. Alright, now we're getting a couple. At least enough that I have to be like, alright, can I just fight it all with our current endurance? The answer's probably no. But I'm down to knock their numbers down a bit. Put you away, you're done for right now. Let's go and scooch off for a minute and try and rest just a little bit before we go too far into Exerted. And I can go back and pick at them some more. Alright, so I got 4 there. Alright, so let's deal with the 4. Alright, now we're starting to collect the damage penalties. 1 more is fine. We are going to overextend a little bit here, which we shouldn't. I got 2-3 more hits before I absolutely really need to stop swinging. Trying to make sure I don't aggro even more. Yeah, so you can see how that damage penalty gets to you. Where we're just not killing them all because we have 2 or 3 damage penalties going on between the muscle strain and the exertion. Yeah, we just need to back off. I'm just gonna go high exertion, and once you hit high exertion, you're basically on a timer. Yeah, we got more rolling in. That heard me, they're just slow moving. Yep, so I'm gonna do is just walk away. And we'll rest for a minute. And then we'll go back at it. Tactically advance to the rear? Yeah. Well, that's a thing. And if people are wondering why I retreat at this point, is we've been out of breath for a while. And I know I'm pushing my luck to going at high exertion. And high exertion is where out of breath goes from being just pretty annoying to like, no, this is really bad now. You just chill over there. In my little fenced-in perimeter. Mind your business, buddy. Please stop massaging my fence awkwardly. Come on, execution animation. Come on, execution animation. You can one-tap him. Oh, we're about to break the fork. There you go. And this will all get way, way, way better once we start shedding this weight. We keep putting it on because I keep shoveling everything we see in our mouth, which is keeping our weight up. They're attacking that door. That's no shocker. Oh, they've destroyed the door. I didn't realize they've been attacking it that long. But the point is, we're no longer out of breath, so we don't have the 50% damage penalty. They do way more damage now. Yeah, and that's I think between the runs since Build 42 came out, where I've got a several hundred hours of time in on Build 42, I think I've found maybe 3 crowbars, and I've yet to see a katana on Build 42 at all. And for the record, 2 of their crowbars are on this character. You feel like they increased the rate of crowbars? Oh, did they? Yeah, I imagine that it's probably they increased the rate of crowbars in, like, actual boxes and loot and that kind of thing. But, you know, the zombie loot nerf would basically hit the katanas way, way, way worse. But they definitely messed with the loot distribution a lot. That's the death hit there if I would have gone for it. Because it would have hit the one and not been able to step away before the other one grabbed. Jeez. I always forget how ridiculous tough zombies are. Because we have the random that is on Apocalypse by default. It's just tough zombies tank hits with their face. Alright, let's go ahead and pop back here again. Rest up for a minute, that muscle fatigue and all that's gone. Alright. But yeah, no, I've not gotten to have a good feel for what the loot is like in Build 42. Because I've been doing my my 16 times pop for the most part. By the time I get to the buildings, it's only like a month or two in game that literally 50% of the buildings are pre-looted. They just go and the doors are open and stuff's missing, kind of thing. And I know that's a setting that people have very mixed feelings on. There's a lot of people really don't like that setting. I'm honestly okay with it. Because usually the reason why I'm okay with it is just by the time it normally becomes a problem, you already don't need as much loot anyways. So it's kind of like having a sliding difficulty thing where it just goes up. Even on insanely rare loot, I can't gauge for it. That's the thing, is I haven't tried it on insanely rare loot yet. And I can guess why the question's being asked with the questions we had earlier. I'm honestly curious, like how that'll play out when Build 42 has its multiplayer, how that will end up feeling. Because like on one hand, it's kind of cool that for the people who like to, you know, stay at home and do base stuff, it gives them a bunch to do. But on the other hand, with how long it takes to craft stuff, I feel like being the, you know, what people have historically referred to as base mom is probably going to be a bad time. Because you're going to be like, oh, time to queue up making like 20 of that weapon. And it'll be real easy to just not pay attention at all because you know you're literally going to be sitting there for 20, 30 minutes of just watching bars fill up. Like real life minutes of watching bars fill up. And I could very much see that being one that multiplayer you have to adjust it. Like, I'm gonna advocate in a big way with Build 42 servers that the crafting time, you bump that up by at least double the speed. If not more. Because it's bad enough when you can speed it up. I couldn't imagine not being able to speed it up. That would be just a bad time all around. Alright, we can drop the cereal in there. We got our book. We'll have that stuff to eat because it'll go bad. Yep, we're good. How's our crowbar doing, by the way? Crowbar. About 2/3 durability, little under. Okay. So we could sit here and read for a little while in the light. Feel like it's dark enough that we can't. Let's see, making it too easy to just stick in one house is gonna have multiplayer servers feel kind of empty. Making it too easy to just stick in one house is going to make multiplayer servers feel kind of empty. Oh yeah, no, multiplayer servers have always had to really, really significantly adjust the settings. That's always been a thing in Project Zomboid. Usually you want to turn, like, whatever your normal zombie pop... Let's say you stick at one zombie pop normally. When you play multiplayer, quite often you're going to want to go in and bounce that population up to, like, 4 or 5 times, even for relatively new players, just because when you got 2, 3, 4 people fighting a group of zombies, you can kind of trade out who is doing what, pushing the zombies. Yeah, and I also feel like respawn can be important. If the population's high enough, there can be justification, but you'll be amazed at how fast people can clear on multiplayer. Yeah, we started with a base of Apocalypse, but I have adjusted stuff like no respawns, multiple helicopters, a whole bunch of stuff. We started with the power and water off immediately. It's still Apocalypse population, though. And for those who missed the reasoning why I'm doing that, where normally I've been running 16 times pop, is right now I'm finding I'm having to spend about 1/4 of my time crafting weapons, and spending 1/4 of your time going, boom, select recipe, max, craft, fast forward for 1/3 of the entire in-game day, boom, select the next craft, fast forward for 1/3 of the entire in-game day, boom, fast forward craft for the entire 1/3 of the end-game day. Okay, I've got my stack of weapons. Okay, next day, well, it's time for me to go get my butter, which I need to do like every 2 weeks. Alright, well, time to lose an entire day to milking cows, where I just go cow, milk, fast forward, butter, churn, fast forward, cow, milk, fast forward, butter, churn, fast forward. The amount I'm fast forwarding these days, I feel a lot of that stuff needs to, you know, realism or whatever. Like, I don't know the reason for the numbers. It doesn't feel good. All right, so highest kill count day, we're at 47, which is way less than our other character. A big part of that is it takes me time to find the zombies, and also because of the nature of how we've been dealing with stuff, it's taking us longer to also skill our stuff up. There's not as much opportunity. Yep. I have fast reading. So I haven't changed the stats. I have the trait fast reading. Basically, like, I didn't grab for a reason. I just had spare points. It's like, I'll grab it. That is one thing starting 0 to hero, is I have an obnoxious number of points to spare. Okay. So I got a bunch of the random farmhouses up here. We've also got that building. So I say we hit these farmhouses. What are we going to actually define as Echo Creek? Not every little farmhouse out here. I'd probably say... I'm not even sure I'd count that house as part of Echo Creek. This building we can go ahead and call part of it. Because, like, that's definitely the Guns Unlimited over there, which may be our next target. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably pop down here and clear that. And for the random out there in the boony farmhouses, I'm not going to prioritize those. We'll eventually swing by them as time goes on. But in the sandbox, yeah, I could. I could, instead of taking the trait as a balance, like as a I've given up points to have this, I could literally just go in and say, okay, but I've just set it. But that feels a little cheaty to me. Like, to skip the trait and then give me the trait anyway. Like, by all means, if you do it, like, don't, like, I'm not judging you for it or anything, but for me, it's the same thing as where you, like, you know, you turn around and go, oh, like, it would be like taking slow reader and then giving myself a faster reading time through game settings, or like reducing my character's XP gain, but then, sorry, like taking the trait that you get the slower XP gain, like slow learner, but then on the other end of it, giving myself faster XP. No judgment about the stats, but then using that to give yourself points kind of feeling. It falls to me in that area. Besides, I still need something for my character to do when we're at the end of the day, and it's too early for us to sleep, but it's getting, you know, like we're too tired or we're too whatever to fight. And that's good filler to read books. Because otherwise you just sit in the room being like, well, I don't have anything productive to do right now. So, time to just fast forward doing nothing. Hey, Fitness 1. But yeah, usually my rule for considering a town clear isn't that, like, literally there's no zombies left. If I can drive around town and they just don't really see any zombies, that's usually good enough. And the reason I do that is it is a thing that once we've cleared a town, I'll usually make it a point that every once in a long while, I will do a lap to the towns I have previously cleared and just check in on them. And I'll have some number of zombies, usually like a couple of rally groups or whatever that have moved in just from like migration or whatever. So when I stop finding zombies easily, I'll call a town clear and then I'll circle back later. Did I actually turn off the truck or did I just get out of it? Just got out. While you drive through, you scream the sheriff is back in town. Yep. Alright, so let's see if we can't get inside the barn here for a minute to just sit and rest. Cool. Alright, so get rid of you. I had one behind me as well. That zombie will figure it out. Oh, right. Those aren't windows. That's fine. So let's go all the way back here in this corner. And just rest while the slow zombie slowly figures out its way in here. Yep, you can do it, Pumpkin. I believe in you. All right. Oh, we just had the helicopter, so I don't care about that. All right, just waiting on the endurance and the muscle strain. Knock it out a little bit of electrical reading here. Because I figure we might as well read the books, get the XP multipliers. Alright, give it a couple more seconds. And we're good. Open our next package of stale buns. Oh yeah, living the good life, eating our stale food. Let's wait to eat that till we clear the door. Just in case there's a zombie on either side. Alright, so we got two zombies down here, a zombie over there.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
Let's switch back to our other weapons that are damaged, see if we can't break them, finally.
Hey!
Alright.
Hey!
Oh, pigs. Piggy pigs. Yeah, so it's gonna probably happen with some of these animals is I am probably not going to take the time to take care of any of them. So don't be surprised if they live very short lives and are not consumed efficiently. It is what it is, chat. Oh, I can make a... Wait. A stale hamburger salad. Hamburger bun salad. Okay. Sure, I guess. Just ripped up hamburger bun in a bowl. But yeah, so it'll probably happen is as, like, the food runs out, we're probably just gonna eat the pigs. They're like soft, really crappy croutons. Probably. You don't have food. It shows you like snuffling in there, and I don't know if you're like the sheep that can graze. But that has no food in it. And you have no barn that I see. What is your actual zone? Oh yeah, this is not good for you pigs. How you doing, pig? What's your stats look like? Well fed, not thirsty? Alright, I'll leave you for now. But, later on, I might be dragging you away one by one. Just don't worry about it. We're going to the other farm upstate. It'll be much nicer. Big open... Alright, look, you already got a big open area to run through. I was gonna say the grass is greener, but this is actually pretty lovely grass, too. Look, man, it's a better farm. Don't worry about why. Whatever pigs want. There's extra slop. There you go. It's the sloppiest slop. Because I did read the butchering book, and I am down to gain level 7. That poor walking bacon. I know, pigs are miracle animals. They do convert little garbage into bacon. And that's pretty freaking amazing. Not good for the pig. But can we possibly live in a world without bacon? Okay, so some warehouses or something over here. And no, we do not have Sunday driver. I just drive slow as a deliberate strategic decision. Yeah, let's not, Krisk. Oh, you busy over here. Now I get what people are talking about, that the chicken farms are so dangerous. Alright, we actually got a place that's got some zombies going on. Been looking for that. We got our first target that's got more than like a handful of zombies. I think you're technically inside that fence, but you're really glitching on the edge of there, buddy. So you can definitely wander around through here. There's still not many. That's about a rally group there. This place plus the helicopter were issues for you? Yeah, and I had multiple people mentioning that this place got pretty wild. That is a lot of chickens. Like, that is a lot of chickens. I mean, maybe I'm missing the main buildings that have the zombies. Right now, this doesn't look too bad. I saw about a rally group, like one full rally group in the corner, and then a bunch of like random stragglers here and there. That said, there's a big building up on the far end, a green building, And it could be we get close to that, and that thing is just overrun by zombies. That is a very, very possible thing. And with the way the zombie population distribution is now, that's also a very probable thing. So let's back off a little bit. I did see that we aggroed more zombies. You're a Warnhammer, right? You're like getting close to done? Yeah. Alright. Read her book while we recover. Hey, buddy, how's it going? I'm surprised you got all the way over here. But that's okay. I'm gonna leave the seeds alone. And just keep it on their bodies for right now. I'll find enough seeds in buildings if I do decide to ever plant anything. And I'm sure as heck not taking the time to water them. Put you away. I'm gonna need to take a sip of the water, which I've been avoiding doing because I don't want to have to refill the bottle, but that's fine. Alright. Jean is my 16 times pop character, the run we've been doing for the last couple weeks. And it's more because if I don't have that up there, I'm gonna have like every third person who joins chat be like, "Oh no, did you die?" It's like, no, Jean's still alive. Just waiting for an update or two for build 42, because of saying that Jean's on. It's getting to be not super fun with how much crafting I'm having to do just to keep weapons on hand. And so I'm waiting to see how they tweak it. Alright, so back off a little farther. Finish reading our book. All right. So you had to take a pause when you did your first mace, just to clear Lake Fallis. You had to pause when you made your 5th mace just to clear Lake Fallis. Well, Fallis, like the entire town taking 5 maces doesn't sound that bad. But I'm playing on 16 times pop, so it's just kind of one of those things that, like, time spent crafting versus time spent killing. It was literally 1/4 of the time, like, for every 4-ish days I would kill zombies, I'd usually spend about 1 day just making the weapons to keep it going. Which doesn't sound bad, like, on the surface of it. That's a lot of time spent fast-forwarding and not crafting. Like, yeah, early on with the muscle fatigue, I have to spend time fast-forwarding like this. It was weird, like, I got super sad when I fast-forward, and then it got a little bit less sad after that. We're having a cabbage and bun salad. So we've got, like, really, as people said earlier, we got, like, these really, really sad, just kind of limp croutons that just stale hamburger bun. On cabbage. No dressing or seasoning or other vegetables. I mean, it's a legitimate salad. It's cabbage. It's cabbage in a bowl with crumbled up hamburger bun on it. That is a real sad salad. It's basically a wedge salad, just not a wedge. Because a lot of places you go, you get a wedge salad, and it's literally just a wedge of lettuce and they chuck some dressing on. They go, cool, there's your salad. And you're like, are you kidding? Yeah, man, these croutons suck. Oh, a meal that is improved by adding water is truly sad. You're not wrong. You put you squeeze the bun inside a rolled up leaf and eat it like a wrap. Oh, I'm sure that exists somewhere. I'm sure someone's come up with like a bread wrap or something like that. Alright, let's get those next two over here. I'm debating whether or not I should grab that seed. Let's grab the seeds. I probably won't do anything with them for basically ever. But you never know. My honest thought is that we're going to go through town so fast. Oh, right! There was one of the bodies had a magazine on it that I totally forgot about. Because I do really appreciate that the farmers have like a really high tendency to carry the magazines around that are like, here's the growing season for this crop or that crop. Okay. I mean, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if there's just some processes in farming that aren't fast. Like, it is... So I obviously am not a farmer. I don't know the ins and outs of any of these things. But I would imagine it's one of those things that, like, okay, you're doing this process of the animal care that's just very laborious. Or you're seeding the field or plowing the field or harvesting and it's very laborious. Or you're slinging hay bales, and again, very laborious. And then there's probably times where you're like, all right, well, I put the 3 things I need to put into the machine, and now it needs to mix them. And it's just one of those things that takes like 5, 10, 15 minutes. So it's short enough, it's not worth leaving the machine. But it's long enough, you're going to want to do more than just stand there idly. It wouldn't surprise me if there are a lot of processes like that, too. The hurry up and wait kind of things. Chewing tobacco. Gross. Because I know that's how it was when I was in manufacturing stuff. Like, there would be days that would be just... Like, your shift would start, and you'd start picking up motorcycle frames from one side of the building, loading them up onto a dolly, dragging them to the other side of the building, taking them back off the dolly to get them in, like, position for shipping after they got off this line, or, you know, to move them from this machine where they've been being, you know, worked on to the next machine, you know, another spot in the plant in the process. And just doing that for long hours, which is just back-breaking labor, because each one of those frames is like 60, 80 pounds or whatever. And just pick it up, put it in the dolly. You know, you get like, what is it, like 3, 4 of them on a dolly. Take the dolly over to the other side, well, flatbed. Take it over to the other side, pick up the 60, 80 pound frames, back off the dolly. So it's just picking up and putting down heavy all day. And then there's other days where it's like, what are you doing? Well, I started the Lancer. And what's it doing? Running its process. And what are you doing? Sitting here watching it. Why are you sitting here watching it? Because if something goes wrong, I can hit the big red button. And it might save the company hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment damage. So, I'm watching the Lancer do its routine and then every half hour refilling the blanks. How is it? Mind-numbing beyond all belief. I don't miss manufacturing. I got to see a lot of cool things, work with a lot of cool pieces of equipment. But there's definitely something to be said about I have done this process literally 3,000-4,000 times today. And I'm still only halfway through my shift. What do you want to be doing? Honestly, literally anything. Anything that is not this. I'm down to sit here and put staples in my hand just to not be doing this anymore. But like I said, it really depended day to day on what process you were on. I remember there was these I forget what the refrigerant is inside your refrigerators, but there's a thing on a lot of fridges where you can test it to make sure it's still charged. And all it is just a glorified area that you just kind of put this little thing in, you twist it, this little plastic thing that's got like a little sheet of paper in it, and then you run it, and what'll happen is if you've got the coolant in there, that piece of paper changes colors. If you're out of coolant, it doesn't change colors. So you want it to change colors. Colors good. But with manufacturing those, what it is, I get to the pneumatic press, and we got the little plastic halves out of our injection mold machines. And so you lay down the first one, there'd be like 10, 12, 20, I don't remember how many, but there'd be a bunch of you put down on one side. You just put them in this little jig, and you'd pull the paper across on there. You'd then put the top ones on, and you'd put like the piece of metal on top so you don't just crush the plastic in the middle. And then for the pneumatic press, you'd go like this to push the buttons to actually activate it, because they'd put it up top like that, so you'd have to raise your hands that high, so you couldn't possibly have your hands down underneath it, because it'd crush your hands real good. And then you get like your box cutter, X-Acto knife, whatever, and you just cut between all the plastic things after you took the piece of aluminum off top, and you do it again, and again, and again, and again. And several hundred times later, you go to lunch. And then you come back and you do a bunch more of it. There are people who are perfectly happy doing that kind of work. I am not one of those people. That should be relatively safe. I am blocked on this side. Yeah. I mean, I was expected to be zombies in here. Oh, is it all eggs in here? Oh. I am not grabbing those eggs out of here. Because those are gonna be uncooked eggs, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So we'll die if I eat those without cooking them. But yeah, so I could take all these eggs back home, but I'm not gonna. There's a heck of a lot of eggs to deal with. It makes sense that the big warehouse next to the egg farm, great for getting a lot of cooking XP? Yeah, but I'm not gonna worry about that. Because how much does a carton weigh? 1? Yeah. I would literally need to do laps just carrying eggs. I'd much rather just keep killing the zombies and exploring. So I don't want to trash this van. Okay, so let's mark our map real fast. So I'm gonna mark this as looted. And just go egg. And then we can put a wheel here. Really nice van. It's that let me know, like, that van looks like it's in mint condition. That'll basically let me know, like, hey, this is probably worth coming back to. There you go, buddy. Get on over here. Kinda hoping you'll give me a key. Alright, this is not a safe jump. Hey, your local guru. Thank you so much for the raid. I really hope you had yourself a good stream, and what were we playing? Let me guess, key. Of course. But thank you so much for that raid. I really do appreciate it. 1 second. Alright, let me playing some Zomboid. Excellent. For those who don't know, your local guru, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Let me go ahead and do a shout out for you real fast. But plays a whole bunch of games, played Product Zomboid in the past as well. Also done a bunch of different, I'm blanking on a bunch of things because my brain. But yeah, done like a lot of fun stuff. Great content creator. I believe I've seen you play like The Long Dark. I've seen you play a lot of sim games, all that kind of stuff too. Like I definitely hung out there. Not giving you the best shout out, I'm sorry. Just was distracted when I saw like the zombie pop through here and now and there. I'm like, all right, did I just pull a big group and I don't know what I'm in for? Yeah, City Factory, Colony Builders. Yep. Definitely good times over there. Like I said, I have tuned into that channel. I know it sounds like I'm not as aware of the content. Just brain fart moment. Yeah, so all of this here, egg. I'm sensing a pattern. All right, zombies. Okay, next building. Egg worship it. People are pretty into eggs. Alright, that building looks clear as well. So there's a window on the outside there. I'm gonna get caught by a zombie doing that, just popping through a window without playing it safe. Alright, in the main farmhouse now. For as much as people are like, oh man, it's so dangerous, I was expecting more. There's not another point of interest nearby that... Yeah, there's not another point, I mean the closest one is there. That place gets terrifying with the helicopter. Maybe I just got lucky with... It's also possible zombies are mashed up against the side there. Alright, your local girl, you have yourself a nice lurk and all that stuff. So I do appreciate the raid. Thank you again. And again, welcome in raiders as well. Before I forget. For those who don't know me, I'm Rual Storge. I was going to say I'm Project Zomboid, which is not at all a correct or meaningful sentence. But I am Rual Storge and play Friday games here on Twitch, including Project Zomboid. I'm actually feeling pretty good about... Before... Yeah, it's fine. Before stream, I actually had commented on my Discord being like, hey, I'm not sure about Project Zomboid today. Because like, I was really kind of waffling on it. But starting the new run, starting fresh, getting out of my sweaty try-hard stuff until the crafting feels a little bit better. I'm feeling way better about this one. We'll see how that sticks. But for the moment, I'm feeling better about it. Dye our beard. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, I'd have to, I have to lose the hat. There's gummy worms, I'm not gonna worry about it. It's like weirdly Kitchen Plus. Peanut butter is always good for when you gotta keep your weight up. Okay, so we've got just the upstairs to deal with. And then the main farmhouse is clear. And I know we saw like a full rally group. Another crowbar. I'm gonna leave the other stuff. Let me stop grabbing the twine. Finding something we can make happen pretty easily ourselves now. With just a little bit of work. Military shorts and a sweater and everything. Okay, so the farmhouse is literally empty of zombies, so that's kind of good news. Cool house. Hey, we found the van key. And an extra bike backpack. So I'm gonna go over here in the corner. Do we still have more book to read, or did we finish the book? Oh, we must have finished the book, so I don't have a book to read. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead and eat that cinnamon real quick. Oh, I can do fancy things. Alright, salt is seasoning. Oh, the salad just got so much better. Hamburger bun, cabbage, and salt. Heck yeah. Because you're starting a new run, and on your second day you lost your shoes, trampled through the grass. You have to live with deep wounds for like a week, since you didn't have a needle. It's fun because it felt so real. Sad salad, more like sad lad. Yeah, we're fancy now. We moved up the salt. That used to be used as a form of currency, so you know it's got to be important. Oh, we can go here. All right. So we can put the key icon because we got the key for that. We can go here, symbols. We have looted, 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 and looted. And we can go to here, locations. Yeah, so my guess is we have that rally group of zombies down there. That's probably 30, 40 zombies. I haven't checked out that our building. I'm willing to bet egg. It'd be nice if it was tools, but probably egg. Or it could just be a barn. I haven't looked at it yet. And then we'll get that area clear. But yeah, so this has been a pretty solid first day. What I am going to do is I'm going to go ahead and fast forward real fast before we start wrapping up for the night. Just to quickly make sure that you know, we do survive our sleep in a place that we haven't bothered properly clearing around it. Because I'm feeling like putting no... I'm being very reckless in this save, being like, yeah, we'll be fine, don't worry about it. Alright, and a slightly higher kill count day that day, so a lot quieter than on our other save where we were averaging about 120 or whatever, but that's later on. But yeah, so we pull up our map again. We've had ourselves a very productive first thing. There's a basement under the main building? Gotcha, yeah. Oh. Yeah, I'll find it. But that's fine. But with that said, again, if we consider what we got done today, we did start in Echo Creek. We basically cleared this whole part of Echo Creek. We cleared, like, all this up here. I've still got, like, that 1 or 2 farms I'm going to consider maybe part of Echo Creek. Then we'll get that. And at that point, I'll call Echo Creek itself cleared because, like I said, it's just a handful of houses. It's probably the tiniest little town in the game. But we'll clear that. Then we'll go over to Guns Unlimited. I don't even know what that is over there. But yeah, so we'll start working our way west. So I'll probably hit Guns Unlimited, hit whatever that is. That'd be Ekron, so that'll probably be our next target after that. Just hit all the buildings along the way up here. We'll clear that. From there, honestly, we could go to Irvington or the other one. It doesn't really matter which way. That's probably the smaller of the 2 towns. But you get the idea. We'll clear this way, take the highway up. We'll probably find... I mean, it's Apocalypse, so I'll probably literally just fight my way in and just, you know, bully my way in. Clear that town up. And we'll just keep going around. But my plan is to basically kind of start from the west side of the map and work our way over. Oh yeah, so I think we'll do is we'll go here. I'll clear down that way. There's not really a good way, because either way I've got to cross. Unless we do... Alright, change of plan. We'll go from here, we'll go to Irvington next. Clear Irvington, then go up to Ekron, then go up here, then cut across there, cut down to, that'd be like Fallis, then Rosewood. At that point, we would do the prison and the military... Well, actually, might do the military base before that. We'll figure it out. I'll do it at some point. But yeah, we're going to bounce between and just start clearing towns until we get all the major towns sorted. And then this will be, obviously, Louisville being the big behemoth it is, will be the last one. Okay, so with that said, though, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, make sure you drop a follow on the channel that we can find your way back here to the future. That is literally how all of this works. If you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I don't have what I need to raid out yet. We're really close. We're almost to the point where I'll be able to start hosting out on that end, and I'll have to figure out logistically how that I'm doing that between the stream and all that. But that's a me problem for later. But don't forget to subscribe. And for everyone over here on Twitch, what I am going to go ahead and do is put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find